Hey guys, and welcome back to my channel. My name is L. Lauren, and I'm the author of the story you're about to listen to. Full disclosure, my father is in the hospital, and I'm trying to get things scheduled so I don't have to worry about them while he's recovering. I'm pre-recording the intros, so like if they sound kind of off, it's because they're pre-recorded. This week's story is going to be starting the next installment of the Hitman's Apprentice. Because I wrote these as separate books, the numbering is going to be a little off. The next three installments are going to be numbered 1, 2, and 3. So don't be confused. I'm going to go back and number them like a 1 of 8 or whatever, so you know how many are there and where you are in the series to make it a little bit easier. Yeah. Anyway, that's it for this. I hope you guys enjoy the next installments, and I will see you guys in the next one.
Prologue. He had long since forgotten who warned him about hot doorknobs in a burning building, but the knowledge floated to the forefront of his mind as scorched air entered his nostrils. The surrounding people were frantic, desperate for air and safety. They flocked toward the only clear entrance, and he swam through them, treading through quicksand. The flames originated from the kitchen and spiraled through the galleyed serving station, engulfing the main hallway and blocking residents still on the second floor from a direct escape. Warm brown eyes scanned the area, calculating their escape. His heartbeat accelerated, but he inhaled deep breaths, slowing it again. He was calm, a steady river against the unpredictable fire. "Everybody out!" His voice boomed over the panicked rumble of noise and the crackling of a growing fire. "And stay calm. When you get outside, go across the street and find your loved ones." He pointed to the door and touched shoulder after shoulder as bleary-eyed people passed him. Ricky. A curvy, brown-haired woman painted with black soot raced to him. "It smells like gas." "Okay. We will worry about it later. Get these people out of here and across the street, Kai." "I'm going upstairs." Kai bobbed her head. "Got it. I'll help once these people are out." "Good. Thank you." Ricky nodded. His eyes lingered on Kai as she buzzed around the people, connecting crying babies to frazzled mothers and soothing parentless teens. A smile graced his tired features, and he raced the flames to the second floor, taking the emergency stairwell and checking every room. He sent the elder children to the first floor, but the babies he carried. He clutched their heated cheeks to his steady chest and transferred them one by one down the stairs and through the fire to the front door. When Kai joined him, he met her at the base of the stairs and passed them off to her welcoming arms. His lungs burned as the oxygen fed the fire. He busted a window. The flames roared. His muscles throbbed, his vision blurred, and he grabbed another child tucked safely in a hand-me-down crib. Part 1. His cell phone vibrated on the bedside table of their hotel room, on the 5th floor of a luxury high-rise, and he fought through a mass of sheets before he grabbed it, glimpsing the phone number before flipping it open and putting it to his ear. "Speak?" "AJ, it's Ellis. I've tried calling all your numbers." Urgency colored his words. "What is it?" It's Kai and Ricky." He paused. "They're dead." Ajax bolted upright, jostling the smaller man sleeping beside him. "What?" "Jay," Orion moaned, rolling over and cracking his green eyes open. He curled the lush comforter under his chin, balling it in his fists. "Who's calling?" "Alice. Kai's husband." "Hang on, Eli." Ajax muffled the receiver and peered down at Orion, a smile lifting the corner of his lips. His eyes glossed over, and he ran his tongue along his lips. "Kai and Ricky are dead." "What?" His question was feather light. "I'm putting you on speakerphone," Ajax warned after uncovering the receiver and placed the phone between them. "Eli. I don't think you ever formally met Orion." "I didn't, but I've heard a lot about you. I wish I could have met you on better terms, but welcome to the family." "Thanks. I'm sorry for your loss." Orion eased himself up, placing his arms between the curve of his thighs and pressing his legs together. He rested his chin on his knees. "Thank you. AJ, How soon can you be back in town? What about Trav and Rain? The people at the shelter. I want to bring them here, as many as I can. And Jake's place. Kai would want that. Ellis' voice cracked. Kai. Ellis. Orion snatched the cell phone from the pillow. Ellis, listen. We'll take care of everything. I will talk to Trav and Rain, and we'll be at your place by tomorrow morning. Here's what we need from you. He was quiet on the other end. Ellis? Why, yeah? His voice cracked again. This is what we need from you, Orion instructed. I need you to text Jay the inn manager's number, because Rain and I will take over the inn duties. Then I need you to take care of yourself, okay? Eat 3 meals today and go for a run. Then watch some television. We will see you tomorrow. Silence. Ellis. Did you hear me? Why, yes. Good. Jay will be waiting for your text. Yeah. I'll be waiting for your text, Ajax croaked. His saliva had evaporated, leaving his throat parched. Okay. Okay, bye, Ellis. Orion ended the call and tossed the cell phone on the bed between them. Thanks. Ajax flicked his eyes up to Orion's square face. His green eyes shined with determination. You're welcome. You too. Get in the shower and get dressed. I'm going to talk to Trav and Rain. Then, I'm going to book our flights home. Orion cast the blankets aside, swinging his legs off the bed and revealing stained briefs from the previous night's encounter. Yeah. Ajax nodded. Orion slipped off his bottoms and sauntered to the closet, donning clean shorts and a t-shirt before pausing. Oh shit! He ran back to the bed and threaded his fingers through Ajax's unruly curls. Orion's nails prickled his scalp. He pulled Ajax into a chaste kiss. I love you. Everything's going to be okay. I promise. He cupped Ajax's head in his hands. Look at me, Jay. Ajax closed his eyes, took a breath, and then dragged them up to Orion's face, over his lips, the graceful curve of his nose, and finally his resolute green eyes. Everything is going to be okay. He kissed him again, stroking soft fingers along Ajax's stubbled cheeks. Orion retreated, stuffing his feet in casual sandals before exiting the bedroom. The door to the hallway opened and closed minutes later, and Ajax was alone. He sat in the bed with the comforter pulled around his legs for 10 minutes, and sat on the cold porcelain toilet seat for 15 more minutes, before turning on the shower and listening to the rhythmic pattern of water droplets on the tiles. He was naked when he stepped into tepid water, feeling it warm up as it beat against his chest. He counted the seconds until the temperature of the water burned his skin, and counted the seconds until the scalding water overwhelmed him, and he shrank away from the pain. He had stood in many bathrooms and in many showers after the loss of loved ones. When Dee disappeared, he stood in a standard-issue highway hotel bathtub washing sex from his chest with Chris' arms tight around him. When Chris disappeared, he collapsed on the octagonal floor tiles decorating Ricky's guest bathroom. He washed blood from himself in that bathtub, and watched the water dilute ruby-red plasma as it spiraled down the gurgling drain. There were countless more showers where he spent his time counting the tiles on the wall. He started with the upper left tile, and he counted rows horizontally until he lost the number. Then he started over. He counted until he reached the bottom right tile. Sometimes it took hours. Sometimes the water ran cold on him, and the sun rose and fell while he stood in the shower. Sometimes it took minutes, and he returned to the world as quickly as he left it. Today he counted until the muscles in his legs burned, and the pain of standing rigid ached his legs, his spine, and his shoulders. Orion came and went endless times, peeking in the bathroom. He called his name, touched his shoulder, and again promised everything would be okay. He relayed familiar advice, insisting Ajax eat 3 meals today, put one foot in front of the other, and take it easy. It took 27 attempts until he reached the final tile, turned the water off, and stepped out of the shower. Orion greeted him with a towel and a kiss. I booked a hotel a few miles away from the shelter, and I packed our suitcases. We have to get to the airport in 2 hours. Our flight leaves in 3.5. Orion wrapped Ajax in the towel and peered up at him. Do you want to talk? No. His entire body was numb from the tips of his fingers to his automated internal organs. Orion nodded. I laid out clothes for you. Do you need help getting dressed? Ajax growled no. Orion nodded. I have food in the kitchen for you. Do you need help eating? Ajax lingered on his response and sighed. No, love. Orion kissed his damp shoulder and pranced toward the exit. Okay. I'll be waiting in the kitchen for you. No. What? Stay in here. Okay. Orion rocked on his heels, tiptoeing backwards with his hands clasped behind his back. Ajax wandered to the clothes spread over the bed, trailing his fingers along the seams of one black pair of briefs, one pair of worn and faded jeans, and one equally worn and faded charcoal gray shirt. The shirt had once been crisp black, but many washes with harsh chemicals changed it to a dull gray. I talked to Trav and Rain. Trav's devastated. Rain and I made a plan. We're going to Ella's place first. We're going to make sure he's okay. Then you, me and Trav are going to the shelter. Orion sucked in a deep breath. We're going to the shelter, and we're going to make sure everyone who lived there finds a new temporary place to stay and has their necessities. Orphans and families are going to Ella's place, because Rain will be there. Older people are going to Jake's place, for obvious reasons. Ajax pulled briefs over his moist thighs. The band snapped against his hips. Cool. He squinted thick eyebrows down at his shirt and his jeans. Then we're going to inspect the damage, Rain and I will plan the funeral, and we will go from there. Funeral, Ajax murmured. Yes. We're going to have a lovely funeral ceremony for Kai and Ricky at the inn. At Jake's? Orion nodded. We'll have it at Jake's. Cool. How's Jake? Ajax pulled his shirt over his head and stepped into his jeans. He shoved bare feet in black leather boots and tucked the shoestrings into the side. Jake? Orion blinked and stared incredulously toward the other man. Jake's fine. I talked to him after I talked to Trav and Rain. He's made of steel. Indeed. Your shoes are on the wrong foot, Jay. Ajax looked down and grunted. Right. He sat on the edge of the bed, removing his shoes and putting them on again. He didn't tie them the second time, either. I had them send up their waffle special for a late breakfast, but it's probably soggy now. Do you want to eat it, or would you rather get something at the airport? Don't matter. Ajax moved through the bedroom to the miniature kitchen, standing between the stove and the kitchen island. Calloused fingers picked at the sugared fruits and pinched bites off the waffle. The light, bready taste and texture were foreign on his tongue, but he rolled it around his mouth before swallowing. It was acid down his throat. Okay. Orion perched himself on the kitchen island, grabbing his plate and slicing the waffle in squares. He ate square after square, swiping them in the gelatinized icing created by the fruit juice and powdered sugar. Ajax ate 3 more tiny pieces of the waffle and abandoned the plate. I'm done. All right. We'll get something at the airport before we board. Orion collected both plates and stacked them. I'm going to call a taxi cab and a bellhop. Right. The smaller man buzzed around him, dialing numbers on the hotel room's analog phone and gathering their belongings at the front door. He yammered about their plans as he worked, adding color to the heavy silence in the room. Ajax watched with his head cocked to the side. The young curly-haired bellhop loaded their bags into a metal cart and wheeled it through the hallway down to the first floor, where he transferred everything to the trunk of a white, standard-issue hotel vehicle. He blushed and squirmed when Orion handed him a $10 bill. Ajax ducked into the back seat. Thanks, he mumbled, scrubbing his pimply face. You're welcome. Orion climbed into the vehicle behind him and buckled them both. They rode in silence. They checked in their bags in silence. When they reached the security checkpoint, Orion handed Ajax his passport and identification, and Ajax presented it to the two officers posted by conveyor belts and walk-through metal detectors. The older officer with a handlebar mustache and a deep-rooted scent of alcohol snatched the passport from Ajax's hand. He combed his fingers through his beard and sucked his teeth, turning the plastic identification card over in his chunky fingers. He thumbed through the passport. "Something wrong, Jim?" The rail-thin man beside him stretched his neck, glimpsing the passport over Jim's meaty shoulder. "Nope," the man sniffed. After discerning looks between the pair, the officer handed Ajax his identification back, and Ajax passed it to Orion. Jim frowned and looked down his crooked nose at Orion, narrowing his beady eyes. Orion's eyes expanded, and the whites of his eyes circled his sparkling green irises. "I'm sorry. My boyfriend is a little distraught. We got a call that one of his best friends died this morning. They were childhood friends, so everything is a little overwhelming." "Aha." The officer quirked bushy eyebrows at Ajax, folding his arms over his round belly. Ajax kicked off his boots. "Is this right, boy?" "Yes," Orion replied. "Wasn't asking you." He jerked his head to Ajax. "What? Is this story he's tellin' right, son?" Ajax shuddered, features tightening. His nostrils flared and his baritone voice deepened more. "Yeah. It's right." "Well then?" The officer uncrossed his arms, hooking his thumbs in the flat pockets of his slacks. "I'm real sorry for your loss. Go on ahead." Ajax wandered through the metal detector and stood on the other side, toes curling in the well-traveled carpet, while Orion set his boots on the conveyor belt and pushed it through the baggage scan. Orion deposited his own shoulder bag and shoes as well, before walking through the metal detector after Ajax. "You two are good to go. Have a good flight." The skinny officer nodded, passing Orion their belongings. "Thank you." He beamed at the officer, tilting his head to the side and curling his shoulders forward in a gentle giggle. Juggling both containers, he sat down next to Ajax, handing him the container with his boots and other belongings. "I hate airports," he whispered, dropping the smile from his face as he laced his shoes again and strapped his bag over his shoulders. Ajax tucked his feet back in his shoes, shoved his wallet back in his pocket and discarded the tray. He sighed. "We're almost home. You can sleep on the flight." Orion squeezed Ajax's shoulder, and his hand traveled down his arm, clasping their palms together and interweaving their fingers. "Trav and Rain'll be here soon too, so let's go sit in our flight area." He guided Ajax through the airport and securing 4 seats out of the way. Ajax slumped into one of the blue plastic chairs and floated between paralyzed and enraged. His heart accelerated even as he sat in the sloped plastic chair with Orion next to him. It calmed again, drowning in its own pit of tar. Trav and Rain joined them after a series of boarding calls, and Trav plopped down next to Ajax. Trav rubbed his hands over his blotchy red face and turned to Ajax. Both filled and overflowing with an impossible grief, their long faces mirrored each other. Rain hugged Orion's shoulders and rested her head against him, closing swollen eyes. He rubbed her arm. "I love you all." Orion met each of their eyes. Trav and Ajax nodded once. Their chins kissed their chest and they never recovered. Rain's chestnut eyes brimmed with a fresh wave of tears. "I know," she whispered. "I love you too." Orion drove his silver hatchback through the heart of the bustling city, listening to both Trav and Ajax's vague directions. Half of the city was nice, with well-kept lawns and slender women pushing double strollers as they jogged behind them. The other half of the city was the setting of a post-apocalyptic dystopian novel. Even the bright blue of the midday sky lost its luster. The smell of waste and death assaulted Orion's nose, and he clenched his jaws as he turned from a 4-lane street to a one-way neighborhood road. His late-model vehicle was the newest one on the block, and his car was sandwiched between a slow-rolling brown sedan with bungee cords holding the trunk closed and a swerving pickup truck with crackling paint. Orion adjusted his mirrors. "I will not go faster. You can just calm all of your tits." He peered at the driver behind them, through the rear-view mirror. "Turn here." Ajax pointed to a stop sign hanging by one screw on its post and rocking as the wind blew. A woman with shining black hair loitered at the corner, holding a shirtless infant to her chest with a sway-backed dog at her feet. The female dog's teeth scrubbed the ground, and her shoulders pointed to the sky. With a drooping head, her tired amber eyes watched the passing cars. As Orion rolled to a stop, the high-waisted woman stepped off the lip of the sidewalk, knobby knees bumping each other. She patted her bony thigh, and the dog trotted along behind her. Orion turned the corner and continued down the next street, passing a car service center hidden behind 3 piecemealed cars with faded paint. They passed a corner grocery store with a vintage handmade sign advertising fresh meat. The price was $1.19 a pound, and burly men guarded the door, cigarettes at their lips and sagging jeans at their hips. Orion bit his bottom lip and looked at Ajax. "What?" Ajax rumbled. Nothing. Are we almost there?" "Yeah, why?" "I don't know. I'm nervous." "Why?" "Trav and I are here with you." "Yes, but I've never been somewhere like this except, you know." Ajax shrugged. "This is where you two grew up?" "Yeah," Trav chimed in from the back seat, leaning forward and hooking his arms around Orion's seat. "It looks nicer now, though." "Nicer?" Orion's eyes bulged. "Turn here." Ajax pointed to the left at the next 4-way stop. Orion gripped the steering wheel as a pack of adolescent boys tugged their pants up and trotted across the street. They glanced back at the silver hatchback with an animalistic curiosity, craning their necks and lifting their eyebrows for a better view. When they recognized Trav and Ajax, the boys wrestled each other until one tawny-skinned boy stumbled into the road. Laughing, the boy strutted toward the vehicle. He adjusted his low-crotched pants, and long dreadlocks swayed behind him. His fingers rotated in a circle once he reached the hatchback. Orion gulped and looked at Ajax again. "What do I do?" "Roll the window down." Trav reached between the side of the vehicle and Orion's seat. His fingers found the power window button, and he pressed it. The boy bent forward and poked his head in the car, folding his arms across the windowsill. "Hiya." The boy smiled at Orion, and his brown eyes glittered before he looked at Ajax and Trav. "Long time no see. Y'all lookin' like grandpas now." "Eddie." Ajax's neutral features lifted to a smile, and Orion relaxed, leaning into his seat and exhaling a slow, wavering breath. "Yes, sir." Eddie tipped his head to the side, and a broad grin dimpled his cheeks. "What's been going on around here?" Ajax's hand slithered across the center console, covering Orion's. "Not too much. Old man Bennett is out of jail again. He's been hanging around the grocery trying to get a little something. Candace had her second baby, and her old bitch had a litter of puppies about 2 weeks ago." "The baby is 2 weeks old?" Orion arched an eyebrow. "Nah. The pup's 2 weeks old. The baby is about 3 months now. She right over there anyway." Eddie hiked his thumb toward the woman Orion saw at the last corner. "How old is she?" "Just told you. The baby is 3 months." Eddie flashed Orion a grin. Ajax shook his head. "Candace is about your age, right?" "Oh yeah. Candace is about 22. I'm surprised the baby even made it. Man, she smoked so much crack while she was swollen, damn near smoked her kneecaps off." Ajax rumbled. "Sorry. Just about smoked her kneecaps off. Excuse my language." "Aha. How you doing in school?" Trav shifted between the 2 front seats, turning a discerning gaze on Eddie. "School?" Eddie cut his eyes to the side, scuffing his feet against the rough city terrain. "Yeah, the place you go every day to get an education." "Oh? Huh. I think I hear people calling me. I need to get back." Eddie stepped away from the car. His broad smile never left his face. "Eddie," Ajax called him back, "one more thing." "Yeah?" "How's your ma?" Ajax focused on the boy's face. "She good. She real good, actually. She's still working at the plant. We have an apartment in Project 19. All right. You keep out of trouble. Keep your nose clean, keep your dick wrapped up, stay in school. Yeah. How long you in town for? Eddie quirked his eyebrows up. Not long. You hear about the fire at the shelter? Ajax rubbed Orion's knuckles. Oh yeah. I heard about it. It was crazy. I wasn't there though. I had detention. You know, at school, but some of my friends were there. Said it went from chill to flames. Smelled like gas or something. Ajax and Trav nodded, glancing between each other. Are all of your friends okay? Orion flicked his eyes toward the collection of boys standing at the corner, before back to Eddie. Oh yeah. They fine. Xavier and Zeke was inside when it happened. You should check up with them, and see what they say. Sure. Where are they now? I'm not sure, Jax. Xavier at one of those alcohol meetings, and I think Zeke went to the park. All right. Thanks. We'll check it out. Let me know if you or your mom need anything before we head out. Text me. Aight. I'll be in touch. Eddie tapped the side of Orion's hatchback and then jogged back to his friends. Roll your window back up. Ajax released Orion's hand and sank back in his seat, glancing out the passenger side window. Orion obliged, drumming his fingers on the gearshift as the boys laughed and loped down the side street. I feel bad. Why? Because you guys grew up here. It stinks here, and there is project housing. And then I gave you cranberry sauce when I donated cans. I'm a terrible person. Cranberry sauce? Yes. Rain told me rich people always donate stuff in the back of their pantry, and I know my family probably did. All I can think about is Eddie being hungry and only having cranberry sauce. Ajax stared. You take things to really weird places. He shrugged. Keep driving. Are we going to go find Zeke or Xavier? Later. I'll look for Zeke. You're not going to the park. Trav instructed. His usually calm voice hardened. Is the park dangerous? Orion rolled forward, gripping the steering wheel with both hands as he continued through the neighborhood. For you, yeah. Turn here. Ajax pointed. You're too jumpy. Drug dealers and pimps smell fear. And assassins. Yeah, assassins too. Ajax gazed out the windshield as Orion turned onto a 4-lane street with an expansive median separating the two directions. Newly planted trees held in place by sticks and rope dotted the grassy area. Slow down. We'll be there at the next block. Okay. Orion cruised in the far right lane, driving well below the speed limit. Other cars flew past them. Shit, Trav murmured. I see it. Where? Oh. Orion's eyes landed on the raw wood frame of a 2-level building at the next block. The building and its excess parking space occupied half of the square, and in its heyday, the building had been impressive. Now it was singed wood and old memories. From the street, Orion saw the whole floor plan. He saw where the front lounge room had housed enough seating for at least 100 people. He spied the kitchen off to the side with a classic cafeteria serving station. Past the kitchen, a staircase led to the second floor. The flames had desecrated the second floor. When Orion rolled to a stop in front of the building, Ajax and Trav climbed out of the vehicle and wandered inside. Orion shifted the gears and lifted the parking brake before he reached for his door handle. The door swung open and a stout man blocked Orion's way. The man adjusted his jeans, and the glimmer of metal caught Orion's eye. His blood ran cold, and a bowling ball dropped in the pit of his stomach. You're new around here. The man draped one heavy arm on the door of the hatchback, and the other one the roof. Liquor wafted from his lips, bombarding Orion's nose. Sort of. Orion chuckled. What do you mean, sort of? Not many people like you pass through around here. If you came to give a donation, you obviously can't now. No, I came with some friends who used to live here. They heard about the accident. Accident? He chewed and turned his head, spitting brown sludge into the street. It stank of tobacco and rotten teeth. You think this was an accident? I'm not sure yet. I can't imagine anyone who would purposely attack a homeless shelter. Orion shifted in his seat, leaning away from the other man. I don't right know either, but I'll tell you something. I saw this pregnant blonde-haired girl hanging around the shelter days before the attack. Never saw her before then. Blonde? What color were her eyes? The man scrubbed his cheek. I wasn't looking too closely because she had a pregnant belly in the front, but I want to say blue. Why, you know a pregnant blonde-haired girl? Well, the description is vague. Orion straightened his back. Did she talk to you, or did you get her name? Yeah, I talked with her. She said her name, but I don't remember. Started with an M. Mary, Melissa, or something. Okay. Wait. What's your name? Leon. It's nice to meet you, Leon. I'm Ryan. Orion smiled. Thanks for the information. His smile waned, and he looked toward Trav and Ajax. Did you live in the shelter? Nah, but I used to get a good hot meal there a few times a week. Oh. Orion studied Leon's features, memorizing his swampy green eyes, his crooked nose, and his stringy brown hair. Can I help you out with anything else? Leon peered toward the dilapidated building. The diamond stud earring piercing his ear glistened in the sunlight. He craned his neck, and faded tattoos crept from the hidden safety of his collared shirt, exposing his youthful mistakes. As Ajax and Trav exited the building, Leon looked down at Orion again. Nah? You good, kid? I hope y'all figure out who attacked the place. Me too. Leon turned on his heels, and the gun at his hip sparkled again. He crossed oncoming traffic and disappeared in the sea of vehicles as Ajax and Trav reached the hatchback. Orion blinked, tearing his eyes away from where Leon ran and looking at the two other men. Did you find out anything? He studied Trav and Ajax's somber features. Smells like gas. The furniture and everything's been moved out or stolen. Not sure which. Ajax got in the passenger seat while Trav got in the back seat. Doubt anything was stolen. Trav buckled his seatbelt. Who were you talking to? This guy named Leon. He came up to the car. Ajax squinted through Orion's window, toward the direction Leon went. Yes. When you two got out, he came up before I could join you. This is why I never went inside. Oh, I thought it was because you didn't want to see the inside of the building or smell dead bodies or something. Ajax buckled his seatbelt, as Orion turned the key in the ignition. No, I wouldn't avoid it when it's so important to you. Orion wrinkled his nose. Did it smell like dead bodies? Nope. So what did he say? Orion shrugged. He hinted at the fire not being an accident, and said a blonde-haired, blue-eyed pregnant woman had been hanging around days before the fire. Mila? Ajax glanced at Trav, and Trav looked up from his cell phone. Likely. He said her name started with an M, but he claimed he couldn't remember it exactly, Orion added. All right. What else did he say? Nothing else, really. Orion chewed his bottom lip. Do you want to go after who did this? Ajax settled in his seat. Maybe. It depends. Depends on? Depends on what the others say, and how we're feeling after the funeral. Trav snatched his cell phone back. Okay, but didn't we learn something from the Brody situation? Orion looked between the two other men. Ajax rumbled. Yeah, we did. We learned to keep in contact, and not run off without communicating with the other person. No, we learned to consider talking out our feelings before jumping into action. Orion pursed his lips, rolling his eyes. I'm only saying, it may be more beneficial to rebuild, rather than find the person who did it. This tit-for-tat life you all have can't continue, or everyone will go down in flames, like this building. Orion motioned to the shelter. Yeah. Drive? Ajax looked at Trav. We should check out the park. The park where Zeke is? Orion interjected. No. Different park, I already said. We'll go to Zeke's park later without you, Rye. Ajax released the parking brake. You're going to go through 3 lights and then make a right. Where are you going to leave me? You can hang out in the hotel. You know, I can go to the park with you. I can take care of myself. I know you can, but I don't want you around them. Why not? Orion shifted the gear from park to drive and pressed the gas pedal. I just don't. Give me a different answer. Y'all argue all the damn time, Trav grunted. Yes. We do because Jay acts like if he doesn't keep an eye on me, I'm going to break into 1,000 pieces. You might. Orion sighed. Can I go to wherever the substance abuse meetings are held and find Xavier? Ajax watched the road, a lazy rumble exhaling from him with his breath. Yeah, no. Fine. Orion tapped his fingers on the leather steering wheel. I will book flights and let Jake know who's coming his way. Perfect. Am I sitting in the car at the park too, Daddy? Orion quipped, lifting the tone of his words and batting his eyelashes. You know what? Ajax narrowed his eyes. Yeah. Yeah, you are, boy. They turned the street corner and cruised until they came upon a park. The aged and peeling sign read Lakeview Park, and 10 lanky men played basketball on a paved court to the left of it. 5 were bare-chested, and the other 5 donned sweaty, transparent shirts. To the right of the sign, children played on an old faux wooden gym set while their mothers leaned against empty strollers on the sidewalk. They studied their phones. Long manicured nails tapped on the screens. The 3 men parted ways once Orion parked the vehicle in the designated parking area, a graveled space on the side of the gym set. Ajax stretched as he stepped onto the gravel, digging his boots into the rocks and lifting his hands over his head. Trav squeezed Ajax's shoulder and walked toward the line of women. Ajax ducked his head back into the vehicle, locking eyes with Orion. Stay put. I heard you already. Orion folded his arms across his chest and turned his face away from Ajax. Pout all you want, but you're out of your league here. Leggings and a cute smile won't get you what you want. Fine. Neither will you being my man, Ajax added. He clenched his jaws as Orion dismissed him. I'll be back in a minute. Lock the doors when I walk away. Orion rolled his eyes. Reply. Okay. I'll lock the doors when you walk away. Now go. Orion shooed him, uncurling slender arms and waving a hand at Ajax. He looked everywhere but Ajax's face, before turning away again. Aha. We'll talk about this later. Ajax closed the passenger side door and walked around the vehicle as the basketball game ended. The men rubbed their sweaty bodies down with their shirts, guzzling from plastic bottles filled with multicolored sports drinks. He jogged up to one of the shirtless men. Guy, Ajax called, hooking his thumbs in the belt loops of his jeans. Guy wasn't drinking anything, and his white shirt was stained with more than 1 day's worth of sweat. Axel. The man's face lit up in a boyish smile. His hazel eyes sparkled. He tucked his shirt in the band of his shorts and rubbed his sweaty forehead with his tattooed forearm. You look good. Yeah. Ajax quirked his dark eyebrows together. How are you? I'm all right. I guess you heard about the fire at the shelter, huh? He stepped off the concrete pad into the grass, turning his back to the sun. Sure did. You were living there, weren't you? Yeah, I was. I was planning on moving out, though. I'd been saving all my money from working at the grocery store and from tutoring. I had about 5 months saved up in a shoebox under my bed. Where were you when the fire started? I was at the library with Kiona, helping her with her college applications. I really think she's gonna get out of here. She's damn smart. He rubbed the back of his neck. We were about to head there before we got the call. Kiona, huh? Ajax squinted, grinning. Guy ducked his head. His smile grew on his face, and he smoothed light brown curls over his head. The apples of his cheeks colored. Nah. I was just helping her. Aha. Stop, man. It's not like that. She's getting out of here, and I'm not letting anything hold her back. All right. Well, where's your money now? I don't know. Quiana and I went back to check on everything, and the whole shoebox was gone. I guess it could have been burnt up, but there wasn't a trace of it. Ajax nodded. All right. Who else was staying at the shelter? Quiana had just come back. She went to visit her pops and his girlfriend, but she and the girlfriend don't get along, so her pops kicked her out. Kiona was saving up to move into a place with me until she went off to school, you know. Guy raked his fingers through his hair. Xavier was using the shelter as his halfway house. I've seen Wallace and Noah hanging around. Where are you sleeping now? Guy peered down at the ground, studying his frayed sneakers. Well, last night Kiona and I slept under the bridge. It was a warm night, so it wasn't too bad. Listen. Now, this is only if you wanna. I know you have your stuff here, but Ellis has space for you and Kiona at his inn. We can see if the grocery store has a transfer opportunity, but if not, you can work at the inn, I'm sure. Guy chewed his bottom lip. How far is it away from here again? About an hour. He nodded. I'll talk to Kiona about it. Can I call you? Always. Let me know what you want to do as soon as possible, and we'll figure out how to get you set up. Thanks. Hey, are y'all going to rebuild the shelter? Guy flicked his eyes up at Ajax through long eyelashes. We're thinking about it. We need to get to the bottom of this first, then we can consider rebuilding. Don't worry though. You'll always be taken care of. Ajax squeezed Guy's shoulder. Thanks, man. Really. It means a lot. I'll talk to her and see what they want to do. Cool. One more thing. You seen Yvonne around? Nah. Last I heard, she was back in jail for prostitution, but it was weeks ago. Damn it. Thanks. Ajax hesitated, before pulling Guy into a hug. It's good to see you above ground. Yeah, same to you. Guy patted Ajax's back and retreated. I gotta get going. I have a night shift starting in a couple hours, and I'ma try to sneak in a shower at the gym. Go on. His eyes tracked Guy as the younger man ambled to the sidewalk, passing Orion's silver hatchback and the row of young mothers and caregivers. Ajax pulled out his cell phone, flipping it open and tapping the screen as someone approached him, shading him from the sun. "K onda? You Axel?" Ajax looked up, meeting the eyes of a short tan-skinned man with a mass of feathery curls. The heady scent of burnt grease clung to his clothes. "Maybe. The fuck are you?" "Pow. Well, Paolo, but everyone calls me Pow." "Ite. The fuck are you?" Ajax's features tempered. He lifted his chin and peered down at Paolo through slitted eyes. I heard you're the one to talk to about the shelter? Who do you hear it from?" "I dunno. Just around." Ajax sucked his teeth, stony eyes looking over Paolo's head toward the colorful children's play area. What about the shelter, then?" "I wanted to tell you what happened is fucked up is all. I'd been hanging around a few weeks. Everyone was real nice to me, and they took me in like one of their own." "Where do you come from?" "Oh, around." "Yeah. Around. Yeah. Listen, y'all are looking for who burned the shelter down, right? You want to find the guy?" "It's a guy?" Ajax lifted his eyebrows, keeping his brooding eyes focused on Paolo. I'm not like 100% on this, but this guy popped up like a couple days before it happened, and he was mad sketchy." "Who?" "I don't know his name, but he's got a broken nose, piercings all in his face, and some old gang tattoos on his neck. He tries to hide them with his shirt, but you can them anyway." "Why do you think he did it?" "He was all in the kitchen with the ladies all the time, sneaking food and drink. I heard the ladies saying he made 'em uncomfortable all the time. Besides, why's a man always in the kitchen? My mama taught me to stay out of the kitchen when women cooking. Right? All right. Ajax nodded. Where are you staying now? Kind of all over. I'm about to get on the road again, so you don't have to worry about me or nothing. What do you do? Ajax gave him a skeptical look and glanced toward his vehicle before flicking his eyes back to Paolo. Odd jobs here and there. I helped build a couple houses here. I have a little cash to get me to the next city, and I'll do some work there before moving on. Where are your parents? Paolo thumped his chest, jutting his chin forward. Man, I'm grown. He was a snake defending his territory as he weaved his head left and right and reared backwards. Where are your parents? Dead, Ajax snarled. Ite. Mine are still in Guatemala. I came here on my own with my brothers, but I split up from them in California. You're a long way from California. Yeah, a little bit. I visit from time to time. Right? Well, I have some things to take care of. Thank you for the information. Ajax stepped away from Paolo. One more thing. Yeah? Can you help out Yvonne? She lost everything and didn't have much to begin with. She's been staying at Martin Luther King Park every night. Ajax bristled, a whine carrying in his throat. Yeah. I'll catch up with Yvonne tonight when I go by there. Thanks. It's good to know what people say about you is true. What do people say about me? Ajax raised an eyebrow. They say you're rough around the edges, but a good guy overall. My enemies don't think I'm a good guy. Paolo's high cheekbones colored, and he scratched the back of his head. Makes sense? Good thing I'm not one of your enemies, huh? Ajax offered Paolo a Mona Lisa smile. Good thing. He backed away again, turning after 3 steps backwards and returning to the vehicle. Trav was already there, and had stretched across the back seat, using his thick arms as a pillow. How did everything go? Orion's green eyes glanced up from a book over his lap to Ajax's face. Fine. Ajax buckled his seatbelt after entering the vehicle. Okay. Well, I have hotel reservations. Do you want to head toward the hotel, or is there more to do? Ajax tipped his head left and right, rolling his shoulders. Let's go to the hotel. We can make our plan there, Trav said. Okay. Orion reversed out of his makeshift parking space and drove away from the park and away from the west side of town. He entered the heart of the city and followed the winding highway to the north, where the buildings were scrubbed clean and lit with brilliantly glowing neon signs, where the streets were free from discarded paper and plastic waste products, where everything stayed open until the wee hours of the morning. After 30 minutes of driving, Ajax looked at Orion. Why are we all the way over here? What? This was the only hotel I could find with 2 adjacent rooms on such short notice. Adjacent rooms? Because of Trav. Orion exited the highway, onto well-paved city streets. Yeah. I love you guys, but I don't want to sleep in the same room with you. It could get weird. Trav chuckled, pushing himself up and stretching. He pressed his palms into the roof of the hatchback with a groan. AJ, I've been thinking about how we're going to get everyone to the right place. Ellis Place is too close by to bother with anything besides ground transport. We could rent a minivan or something, load all the kids up and take them right over. As far as what we're going to do with the adults, I haven't gotten there yet. Plus there's Shaniqua, her baby, Iggy, and Fancy. What's the issue? Well, we said we were doing the kids at Ellis and the adults at Jake's. Where do you think Shaniqua should go? She should stay at Ellis Place and help you and Rain with the children. Orion turned into neighborhood streets. Should we stop for food? Trav hummed. Yeah, I guess you're right. Shaniqua's not much older than the other kids, but they already see her as a big sister. No, we'll order a pizza in the room. All right. We're almost there, so no more talking about the plan until we get inside and settled. I want to write everything down for you guys. Why? Ajax dug in the glove compartment for his extra identification cards, slipping them into his pocket. Why? Because I know you haven't decided whether you want to find the person who did this or not, but if you decide to, I don't want you to have missed important information because you weren't thinking about it in the early stages. Dude, I know this is probably a crazy idea, but do you think Mila worked for Brody? Did Brody ever say anything about Mila, Orion? Orion twisted the leather steering wheel in tight fists as he activated the left blinker and flicked his eyes to the left and right. He arched his back, leaning forward as he cruised through a left turn, delaying his answer. What? Did Brody ever comment on Mila while you were pretending to work for him? Oh. Orion sealed his lips. Trav? Ajax growled, reaching into the back seat and punching Trav in the shoulder. I told your bitch ass not to mention Brody. Ajax punched him again, but Trav grabbed Ajax's fist and twisted it. The car swerved. Ajax squirmed in his seat, bending his arm and struggling against Trav. Guys. I'm driving. Can you not? Jay. It's fine. Trav can mention Brody. What happened happened. See? He's fine. Stop treating him like a snowflake. Trav grunted, digging his shoulder into the front passenger seat, locking his arm around Ajax's. I'm not treating him like a snowflake. I told you not to mention it, and you don't listen. Let me go. Guys. Seriously. I'm trying to drive. Will you stop acting like children? Orion slammed on the brakes in front of a yellow light and whipped his head around, glaring at Ajax. I will answer his question. Stop wrestling. Ajax drowned in Orion's firm gaze. Orion's eyes were the same spring-fresh green as they had always been, but defiance had replaced the innocence. Experience had replaced the naivety. Sure. Trav released Ajax's arm, and Ajax sat down in his seat again. So, did Brody say anything about Mila? No, he didn't mention Mila at all, but he did say he had an army of assassins. You believe him? He expected to kill me, so yes and no. What part don't you believe? Trav asked. Ajax folded his arms across his chest, propping his booted feet on the dashboard. Take your feet down, or I will not move this vehicle. Take your feet down, Jay. Orion lifted the parking brake and glared toward Ajax again as the light changed from red to green. Ajax wrinkled the bridge of his nose. Stupid, he muttered as he pulled his feet away, settling his boots back on the floor of the vehicle and rubbing his palms over his jeans. What did you say? Nothing. A person honked behind them. Orion rolled his eyes, releasing the parking brake and glancing through the rearview mirror at Trav. What was your question? What part don't you believe about Brody? Right? I don't think he has an army of assassins. Maybe a handful, but not an army. He may have his own shelter somewhere, I guess, of homeless people, but this job is too difficult to be mass training people to carry on. Besides, I guess, Ajax mumbled. Besides, Orion continued, if what you guys have said about Brody is true, he can barely do his own jobs, let alone be the one training others. There was John, the guy who shot you, Jay, but he wasn't very bright either. Right? Ajax shivered. His newest wound ached at the memory, and he rubbed his side. Could you talk to John? Me? Orion turned into a modest hotel. I don't know. I'm sure I could, but I don't know how receptive he'll be. I killed his boss. Who knows what Brody told them about us? Brody could have told them we would come after them, if he died. You think he would? Trav, I honestly don't know what Brody would do. I know he had a lot of anger inside of him. Orion parked the hatchback between two large recreational vehicles and looked at Ajax. I'm going inside for our rooms. You can't pay with cash here. No, I have a prepaid card with plenty of money on it. When did you get a prepaid card? When we were on vacation. It was easier than carrying around wads of cash. Do you realize how weird it looks when you always pay with cash? Plus, the Aiden Blake underwear I ordered. Orion's cheeks bloomed with color, and he fumbled with the keys. I received them, by the way. When? Ajax scanned Orion's body. The day we left. The front desk had them. I went ahead and stuffed them in my suitcase, since you were having a hard day. Right? Anyway, I'm going inside. Don't talk until I get back. Orion hopped out of the vehicle and strolled inside. When Orion swung the car door closed, Ajax turned his attention to Trav. He said not to talk. Trav grinned. I heard him. How's Rain doing? She's making it. I mean, she's a little broken up about it because Kai was going to be a bridesmaid, and she wanted Ricky to walk her down the aisle for the wedding since she was closer to him than Jake, but this is our life. Trav shrugged. Yeah. Jake'll be happy to walk her down the aisle, but I know what you mean. Are you nervous about getting hitched? Scared shitless. I still can't believe she said yes. If you would have told me 10 years ago I was going to marry Rain, I would have slapped you across the face, but here we are. I didn't think she'd go for a nerd like you with those horn-rimmed glasses neither. Ajax chuckled. Can I ask you something? What? You're going to be my best man, yeah? Depends. I have to walk down the aisle with someone? Who's the maid of honor? Why? Well, in all the wedding pornos I've watched, the maid of honor and the best man always fuck. I want to make sure she's not a troll. You're an asshole. Trav laughed. But seriously. I'm being serious. Who's the maid of honor? Orion is. Ajax glanced toward the hotel, stewing over the new information. Dude, what the fuck? Trav grappled him. I'm kidding. Yeah, I'm in. And I already knew he was the man of honor, or whatever anyway. Then why the hell did we go through all of this just now? Ajax shrugged. Dunno. Anyway, yeah, I'm down to be your best man. Does this mean I have to help Orion with the wedding plans? I don't really know what any of it means, honestly. You're probably better off asking Orion. Okay. Have we ever had a wedding? Like any of us? Trav paused, knitting his ginger eyebrows. I think Jake and Cicely had a wedding, but I don't know if either of us attended it. I think you were off on a job with Chris, and I don't know what I was doing. Ellis and Kai eloped, and no one else has had a steady relationship. True. I think you were on a job too, when Jake and Cicely got married. Yeah, maybe. Trav drummed his fingers on the back of Orion's empty seat. You and Orion thinking about getting married? I don't think we're there yet. I asked him about marriage, if he'd want to do it at all, and he said no. So I'm not going to worry about it. Okay, well, do you want to get married? Ajax peered at the building again, straining his eyes as he stared into the floor-to-ceiling windows. Orion's faint outline stood in line behind other fainter outlines. Kinda yeah. I mean, I know it's pointless and don't mean a damn thing, but we don't get much normalcy, so I kind of always wanted a wedding. I get it. He may come around. Ajax snorted, sure. Yeah, you're right. He's as stubborn as you are. Whatever. Here he comes. Orion pranced back to the vehicle and opened the door. Some people make everything complicated. He inserted the key in the ignition and circled the parking lot for a new parking space closer to their rooms. Trav and Ajax exchanged worried glances. Okay, second floor, rooms 2112 and 2114. Orion handed Trav a key card. Get our stuff. I'll meet you upstairs. He climbed out of the vehicle again, leaving them to the bags and moving inside the building. Trav grabbed his solitary backpack, and Ajax grabbed Orion's duffel bag along with a shoulder bag, hoisting both over his shoulders and following Trav inside. Let's meet in mine and Orion's room. Yeah. I'll drop my bag off, and then we can discuss everything." Trav nodded. They jogged up the stairs and parted ways when Ajax reached room 2112 and pushed the cracked door open. Orion had kicked his shoes off and settled himself on the bed with crossed legs. He tucked his hands between his thighs as Ajax entered. "Is Trav coming over here?" "In a second, yeah. We're going to discuss everything like you wanted." "Okay, good. Can you pass me my bag?" Orion stretched his hand out, palm to the sky, and Ajax moved over. He dumped the bag on the bed next to Orion and bent forward, kissing his high cheekbones. Orion tilted his head, accepting the affection as he unzipped his bag. "I'm Trav's best man." "Of course you are. Who else would it be?" "I don't know. He asked me in the car." Ajax stroked his hand along Orion's shoulder and down the length of his arm. "When you were supposed to be quiet." Orion winked. "This wedding is going to happen faster than he thinks. Rain and I have been really working on the preparations." "What does a best man do?" Orion pulled his laptop from the bag and set it across his lap. "Really?" "Yeah, really. Well, you're in charge of making sure the groom has everything he needs. You're the personal valet and logistics expert for the pre-wedding events and wedding day stuff." Ajax combed through Orion's hair, culling it behind his ears. "Which means?" "Plan the bachelor party, make sure the rest of the groomsmen are where they need to be at all times, and make sure Trav gets to his wedding on time and sober." "Okay." Ajax nodded. "You forgot one duty though." "Pretty sure I didn't." Orion opened his laptop. "Yeah, you did. You forgot my duty to fuck the man of honor." Orion fluttered his eyelashes and glanced over his laptop monitor at Ajax. "I didn't forget. You need to add it to your list of duties too." "Jay," Orion groaned. Ajax wiggled his eyebrows and threaded his fingers with Orion's. "What?" "Nothing. I'll add it to my list. Should we practice before the big event?" "Definitely. I don't want you to get anxious or too nervous to perform." "I don't think my performance is an issue." "It could be if you're not careful," Ajax rumbled, rubbing his nose along Orion's cheek and kissing him again. He stippled kisses along Orion's jawline and nibbled him behind his ear. Orion giggled, gripping the sides of the laptop. He tucked his chin to his body and shoved Ajax backwards. "Trav'll be here in a second." "So?" "I can tell him to go away for a few minutes." Ajax advanced closer, and his lips traveled down the length of Orion's neck, nudging his shirt out of the way and nibbling his freckle-dusted shoulder. "No, we need to work. I can play with you later." Orion pushed him again as the door opened. "Trav." "Hi. Did I interrupt something?" "Nope." Orion ducked out of Ajax's touch and scooted away. Ajax grumbled, scowling at his best friend as he slumped down on the bed. "All right." Trav adjusted the laptop tucked under his arm, and he sat down at the office desk on the far wall of the room. "I already recorded my information earlier, and I started a spreadsheet of information on all the people." His voice shifted from relaxed to firm and mechanical. "Before we get started, give me the names you have, AJ." "Yvonne, Quiana, Paolo, Noah, Kiona, and Guy." Trav typed on his computer. "Who the fuck is Paolo?" "This guy from Guatemala." "It's a long story." Ajax waved a hand. "Trav, can you give me access to the spreadsheet?" "Yeah, I'll make your computer a second monitor and keyboard, hang on." "Thanks." Trav tapped on his computer. "See it?" "Yup." "Okay. So let's start filling in blanks here." Orion hovered his fingers over the monitor's screen. Ajax inched closer to Orion, curling his body around him and peering over his shoulder at his computer screen. The spreadsheet had a full list of familiar names except two, Paolo and Leon. "Okay, let's start from the top." Orion glanced between the two men. "Fancy?" "Preteen. She's going to Ella's place," Trav said. "Does she have a parental guardian at all?" Yes and no. Her parents sign forms, but she mostly lives at the shelter. I think her parents are truck drivers or something, Ajax explained. Why doesn't social services help? She didn't report herself. She wanted to be in control of her own actions and not whisked away to some random family. Orion chewed his bottom lip. Oh, makes sense. One for Ellis so far. Next is Guy. What about him? He's going to call me later tonight to confirm, but him and Kiona will go to Ellis' place together. We're going to try to transfer his grocery store job to the grocery store up there. Kiona's a star student. And where are her parents? At their house. Why isn't she with them? She stays by them sometimes, but they're poor and work a lot. Usually she stays wherever Guy is. Are her and Guy together? Yeah, but they pretend like they ain't. Trav snorted. Okay, she'll stay with Guy for now. How is she going to get back and forth to school? She don't go to an actual school. She homeschools herself with Guy's help. Orion nodded. 3 for Ellis. Iggy. Orion looked at Trav. He's grown, so Jake's if he wants to go there. If he's got a job, it's some entry-level thing, so he's not leaving a career. Depending on where he works, we can also get him transferred. Okay. Leon can go to Jake's if he wants. 2 for Jake, 3 for Ellis. Noah? Grown? He can stay by Jake's if he wants. Ajax flopped back on the bed as Trav and Orion typed on the computers, studying the mottled popcorn ceiling. Who's next? Paolo? He said he was headed out of town. We're not worried about him. Next, Ajax rumbled. Quiana? Give her a choice between Ellis Inn and Jake's bar. She's around Guy's age. Okay. And you already said Shaniqua and her baby will be at the inn to help you guys. What's her baby's name? It's unique, Trav offered, a smirk playing on his lips. Okay. Orion paused, thumb drumming his plastic keyboard. What's her name? Unique. You said it was unique already, Orion scowled, wrinkling the bridge of his nose and glaring at Trav's smiling face. His features relaxed after a moment, jaw hanging slack and eyes bulging before relaxing in almond sockets. Oh wait. Her name is Unique? Orion's bit his bottom lip and winced. Oh. Right. Okay. Noted. Wallace? Jake's. Xavier. Jake's. We have to make sure he can get back in an alcohol recovery group. Okay. Yvonne? Jake's if she wants. Zeke? Ajax looked at Trav. Ellis, but he can't be selling drugs over there. You know Ellis will kick him out faster than a heartbeat. Orion blinked. I thought only kids were going to Ellis' place. Yep. I'll talk to him tonight. How many for Jake, and how many for Ellis? Ajax asked. Wait. H, how old is Zeke? J, how old is Zeke? 17. How many we have for Jake, and how many for Ellis? Wow, Orion mouthed, staring blankly at his laptop screen. It looks like potentially 7 for Jake's and 6 for Ellis. Perfect. Orion tapped his fingers on his keyboard again, studying the numbers. What are you thinking about? Ajax touched Orion's shoulder. There's smoke coming out of your ears. Lame J. And? What's on your mind? Orion curved his shoulders forward and turned his empty gaze to Ajax. I was thinking about the easiest way to transport everyone. It's 13 people, so I'm thinking we could rent a passenger van and do one big round trip. It's the most cost-effective option. How much is a van? I think I remember seeing it at around $150 per day. Hang on, I can check if you want an exact price. Orion turned to his computer, and his fingers danced over the keys. I can't see it being higher than 13 plane tickets or 13 cab rides, so I'm pretty sure the van is the best choice. Trav closed his laptop. I agree, and we can get it all done at once and start making a rebuild plan. It's $169 a day. Orion looked up from the backlit laptop screen. You've decided you want to rebuild the shelter? Yeah. I didn't realize how many people it affected until now. All this shuffling people around, making sure everyone has a bed and a warm meal, is a headache without the place. I want to give them their home back. Ajax shrugged. Done. Orion smiled, closing his laptop and casting it aside. His bright eyes met Ajax's before he leaned down and kissed him. I love you. Ajax sighed against Orion's lips. Yeah, love you too. Orion retreated, but Ajax yanked him close again. He stroked his fingers along Orion's jawline and buried them in his hair as he instigated a second kiss. Holding Orion close, he turned Orion's chaste offerings into something more, tasting salt and mint from his lips and cinnamon from the caverns of his mouth. AJ, we should go down to the other park before it gets too late in the day. Trav's voice was a distant murmur in the back of Ajax's brain as he pulled Orion on top of him and bruised his soft lips with more kisses. Ajax pulled away once he was gasping for breath, and he surveyed Orion's pinkened features, eyeing his swollen, glistening lips. Under his predatory gaze, Orion sucked them into his mouth, drawing blood closer to the surface. Ajax growled. Yeah. I'm a walkout now. I see you two have a situation going on. AJ, text me when you want to go to the park. The door opened and closed, but Ajax's eyes stayed glued to Orion's face. Orion's cheeks turned flaming red, and a shiver traveled down his spine. The crotch of his shorts pulled tight. You're excited? Why, yes. Orion nodded. You like me kissing you with others around? Yes. I like when you let others know I'm yours. Orion bit his bottom lip. Good to know, but I'm not going to take care of you right now. Ajax slipped his hand under Orion's shirt, brushing his fingers over his lean abdominals. Orion shuddered. What if I said please? It would be more tempting, but still a no. He stretched over Ajax, connecting their hips and grinding against him. I don't want you to jack off either. Ajax pressed his lips into Orion's neck. Because when I get back, I want you waiting naked for me. He kissed Orion again and lifted him off his lap, petting through the smaller man's hair. Oh! A shiver shook Orion's body. Okay. Why, yes. Good. One rough hand traveled down to Orion's lips, and weathered fingers swept over them. I'll see you in a few hours. Ajax exited the hotel room, grabbing the keys to the silver hatchback and meeting Trav down the hall. They drove 30 minutes back to the west side, and hopped from one spot to another, tracking down all the shelter residents. The men returned to the hotel hours after they left, and separated after a quick review of the plan for the coming days. When Trav disappeared in his room, Ajax opened the door to the room he shared with Orion. Finding Orion right inside the door, stripped bare of clothes and already eager with anticipation. Ajax slammed the door behind him. The next week was a whirlwind. The three men spent their waking hours in the heart of the city, performing various tasks for the residents. Orion gathered clothes and necessities for those who had lost everything in the fire. Trav posted himself in the public library and assisted the residents with replacement identification cards, birth certificates, and other legal documents. Ajax donned his newest jeans and least faded black shirt and met with city officials and contractors, developing a time frame for the rebuilding process. In the evenings, the men propped open white plastic tables and served dinner to the community at Lakeview Park. Orion and Trav rented a generator, and Ajax prepared quick meals from donated canned goods and fresh ingredients. They mingled among the residents and ate, watching the sun set behind the city high-rises. Orion flitted between groups, and by the end of the week, he had heard all the local gossip. Guy and Kiona were secretly dating, and had been on 3 sporadic dates so far because of Guy's exhausting work schedule and Kiona's intense studies. On nights Guy worked late, Kiona packaged leftovers from the community dinner and delivered them to Guy. They ate together on the sidewalk benches, a few blocks from the grocery store. They had kissed once, but it had been years ago when Kiona was barely a teenager, and Guy had first started his job at the grocery store. Shaniqua's baby, Unique, was either Xavier's or Antony's. Both men had sexual relations with Shaniqua around the time of Unique's conception, and both men had gone to jail as Shaniqua's belly swelled with Unique's growth. Xavier spent 90 days in jail for public intoxication, while Antony was currently serving a mandatory 5-year minimum sentence for armed robbery. As far as Shaniqua was concerned, her baby had no father. As far as Unique was concerned, Xavier was her favorite person, and she cried for him whenever she heard his raspy voice. Her eyes softened, taking years off her age when she watched Xavier with her daughter. He nestled the fuzzy-haired baby in his tattooed arms and against his muscled chest, presenting her with a warmed bottle as Shaniqua picked at her food. Yvonne had been arrested the night before with a combination of drug and prostitution charges. Ignatius, or Iggy as he was known, wandered into the park each night with different men hanging on his arm. Some of the men were gaunt with illness, and others were full-faced and suit-clad. He paraded his guest around the park before leaving with 2 covered plates of food and an added bounce in his step. Tonight, a shy blue-eyed man clung to Iggy's side. The man blushed when Iggy introduced him to Ajax and Orion, hiding his bulky form behind Iggy's willowy body and wiggling his fingers to the pair. Orion waved back and folded his arms across his chest. "He's a hooker, isn't he?" Ajax tipped his head in a nod. "Yep," he rumbled. "Where does he find his clients?" "I never asked, but he adapts. He probably has a website or something." "Smart. I wonder what his hooker name is." Don't. Help me pack up this food." Orion chuckled and reached across Ajax, condensing the spread of watery vegetables into one pot, sloshing string beans with lima beans and corn. He stirred everything together with a black plastic spoon. "Everything should be prepared for tomorrow. I have you and Trav getting the rental tonight, and I have everyone coming here tomorrow morning with their belongings." "Good." Ajax sandwiched boiled hot dogs next to pre-made hamburger patties. "How are you doing?" "I'm good." "Why?" "I mean, like, mentally, how are you doing? I know this is difficult for you. I know you hate seeing everyone displaced." "I'm good, Rye." He cupped Orion's cheek. "This is stuff I used to do with Ricky and Kai and Dee and Chris, but I'm happy to be doing it with you too." "Really?" Orion's eyes brimmed with tears, and his cheeks burned at Ajax's gentle touch. He dropped the spoon against the pot. The plastic melted around the rim. "Shit," he gasped and retrieved the spoon. "Yeah. Don't get mushy about it." Ajax grinned, kissing Orion's temple. "I'm going to help Trav load up. You check and make sure everyone's good on the plan tomorrow." "Okay. I'll meet you back at the car in a little bit." Orion rubbed his palms along the length of his cut-off shorts, drying his hands from the condensation of the chilling cookware. He strolled back into the crowd, talking and touching the shoulder of every person, confirming tomorrow's plan with them. By the time he finished his last round, Trav and Ajax had packed the vehicle and were lingering beside it. The musical baritones and tenors of their voices greeted him as he approached. "Ready?" He shooed Ajax. "I'll drive." With a shrug, Ajax climbed into the back seat and dozed with Trav. The 2 older men unloaded the hatchback when they arrived back at the hotel, and left again, returning a few hours later with a stretched passenger van. After surveying the vehicle, Orion pushed them upstairs and tucked them both into bed. He confiscated Trav's laptop and kissed Ajax's temple. "Love you," Orion whispered. "Love you too. You coming to bed?" "No. I'm going to make breakfasts for everyone, since it's going to be an early morning." "Breakfasts out of what?" "Pre-packaged things I'm going to get from the store." Orion kissed Ajax again. "I'll be back in an hour." Before Ajax spoke again, he grabbed a keycard, the hatchback key, and rushed from the room, darting down the carpeted staircase and jumping in his vehicle. Orion returned an hour later and carted 2 arms of plastic bags up to the room. Using the dim yellow light from the bathroom, he sat cross-legged on the floor and prepared 18 breakfast boxes. Each box contained a piece of fruit, 2 fruit bars, a single-serving box of cereal, and a bottle of water. He combed his hair back into a half ponytail, securing thick waves with an elastic hair tie, and carried the boxes to the passenger van. He placed a breakfast box on each empty seat, starting from the back of the bus and ending with 3 extra boxes he tucked under the front passenger seat. He locked the van and scurried back upstairs, cleaning his preparation area and crawling in bed with Ajax, sneaking his arms and his legs around the larger man and kissing his broad shoulder. "I love you," he whispered and drifted to sleep. The complimentary hotel alarm blared at 6 o'clock in the morning. Routine buzzing roused Orion, and he knuckled his eyes as he leaned against the headboard. After turning off the alarm, he folded his legs, capturing his hands between his thighs as he yawned. The room lightened as the sun crested over the horizon, and Orion squinted as his eyes adjusted to the brightness. Orion savored the 30 minutes of meditation before he rubbed a hand down Ajax's shoulder. "Jay, it's time to get going," he cooed into the other man's ear. 10 more minutes. Okay. I'll wake you after my shower." Ajax covered his head with the blankets and cocooned himself in the comforter. Orion chuckled and braved the morning chill for the enveloping heat of his shower. He washed his hair, his body, shaved his face, and allowed Ajax 30 extra minutes of sleep. When the blinking alarm clock read 7 o'clock, Orion flicked the light on and tossed clothes on the bed. "Time to get up. Are you taking a shower?" Ajax threw the covers back, eyes still closed. His forehead wrinkled. "What time is it?" "If you opened your eyes, you would know." "If you told me, I'd also know." "Yes." Orion dropped the damp towel wrapped around his body and slipped on cuffed sweatpants and an oversized hooded sweatshirt. He packed his duffel bag, stashing the unused hotel towels under his dirty clothes and grabbing the tiny bars of soap. He secured them in the exterior zipper pocket of his bag. 7:10, Ajax growled. "Yes, Grumps? Can you call Trav and see if he's awake?" "It's 7:10. "Yes, we have a long day, so we have to get an early start. If we get up rushing, the day will be worse. We're not picking people up until 9:30. Orion grabbed a pair of socks and zipped his bag closed before looking at Ajax. "We're leaving at 8:45. You need to decide if you're taking a shower, and you need to call Trav and make sure he's awake." He stared at Ajax and Ajax stared back. Ajax curled his lips away from his teeth and sucked in a breath. He whistled as he exhaled. "Fine. Good. I will take our bags downstairs and tuck them away. I laid out your clothes. All of our small toiletries can go in my small bag." He pointed to a miniature backpack. "Where did this bag come from?" "I bought it on vacation." Orion shrugged. "I know, but you didn't have it before, like 3 days ago. So where did it come from?" "Oh, I folded it up in my duffel bag because I wasn't sure if we would need it. It turns out we do, so there it is. You can put your dirty clothes in there after your shower, and your toothbrush in there too." Ajax grunted and trudged to the shower before Orion left the room. In the parking lot, Orion checked the passenger van. He checked the exterior and the interior, dropping their bags on the front passenger seat. Orion woke Trav when he returned upstairs, and by 8:30 all 3 of them were packed and ready. Orion threw his miniature backpack on his shoulders and returned all the keycards to the lobby, meeting Trav and Ajax at the passenger van. He sat in the back as they occupied the front seats. Orion opened his laptop, checking last-minute details and corresponding with Jake and Rain. "Okay, I had both Jake and Rain prepare 10 beds. I know they're only getting 6 or 7 people, but I would rather have extra beds than not enough," Orion explained as they rolled into the park. Trav and Ajax grunted sleepy replies. The residents had assembled early, and they boarded as soon as Trav jumped out of the front passenger seat and opened the van door. Shaniqua boarded first, with her sleeping baby strapped to her chest and Fancy shadowing her, recounting every detail of the latest schoolyard fistfight and waving her cell phone in Shaniqua's face. "I see it," Shaniqua murmured and tucked a second-hand diaper bag under her seat. Satisfied, Fancy popped open the prepared breakfasts and peeled a banana as Shaniqua bounced Unique in her lap. Guy and Kiona stepped into the van behind them, holding hands and rubbing sleep from their eyes. Guy touched the small of the young woman's spine, guiding her down the aisles. They settled in the back. Iggy climbed aboard on his own and occupied 2 seats, taking 2 breakfasts for himself and eating 4 snack bars. Noah and Zeke boarded together, followed by Xavier, who stopped in front of Shaniqua. He kissed Unique's forehead, smoothing her wild hair. He met Shaniqua's eyes and smirked before ducking his head and jogging to the middle of the bus, joining Zeke and Noah. Yvonne and Quiana boarded with Wallace and Leon last. They took seats in the front of the passenger van. When the trickle of people stopped, Orion set his laptop aside and stood, counting heads as everyone nibbled on their breakfasts. With a nod, he turned around and leaned over Ajax's seat. "Everyone is here, so we can go." Orion squeezed Ajax's shoulder. "It feels good to help these people. They feel like family." "Yeah, they're family." Orion's hand traveled down Ajax's chest, tracing the lines of his muscles under his black shirt. Hey. I'm going to get off at Ella's place, so Rain and I can start planning the funeral, okay?" He kissed Ajax's jawline. "Sure. We'll be back around with your car after we go to Jake's, and then return the rental." "Are you doing all the driving today?" Ajax nodded. "Hoping so. I was going to drive until Jake's, then switch with Trav there. He'll drive us back to the city. We'll pick up the hatchback, return the rental, and then head back to the inn." "Okay." Orion kissed Ajax again. "If you guys are tired, I can book another night at the hotel for you." "We won't need it." "All right. We're ready to get this party started," Trav announced after slamming the side door closed and climbing in the front passenger seat again. "Road trip. Woo." Trav laughed as Ajax cranked the vehicle and rolled out of the parking lot. By the time everyone had finished their packed breakfasts and relaxed from the morning commotion, they had arrived at Ella's place, and the younger set of passengers roused from their seats. They hopped off the passenger van and stretched stiff muscles. Shaniqua and Unique led the way, and Zeke brought up the rear with a tattered bag hanging on his shoulders. Hidden contents fattened his pockets, and a grin brightened his dark features. Orion frowned. "Hang on." He jumped from his seat, following the teenager out of the van. "Hey Zeke? Can I see you for a moment?" Zeke glanced over his shoulder, looking down at Orion. "Yeah? What's up?" Still grinning, he turned his gangly form around, squaring his shoulders. Yes." Orion scanned up Zeke's body. His green eyes met Zeke's light brown eyes. "Over here." He stepped off to the side of the inn, and Zeke loped behind him. "Yeah? Empty your pockets." The playful grin dropped from Zeke's face, and a stony gaze replaced it. "Why?" He bristled. "Because I asked you to." "And who are you?" "You're not my parents. You're not AJ or Trav. You know who I am. Empty your pockets." Orion's gentle voice sharpened. His eyes stayed glued on Zeke's face. Zeke glanced away first, submitting under Orion's unyielding stare. He waved his hand in Orion's face. "Man, I ain't even playing this game with you. You're nobody. I ain't gotta do shit you say. I know you have drugs in your pocket, and you're not allowed to be here if you're going to be selling drugs. We talked about this before you left. You're tripping." Zeke's eyes widened and he bobbed his head, plastering a smile on his face. "It's my snacks from earlier." "Zeke." Orion wet his lips, eyes meeting the tall teenager's again. "I know you have drugs on you, and you're not going inside until you give them to me." The firmness in his voice empowered him, and even though the teenager stood a foot higher than him, his strength vibrated in his bones. His confidence buoyed to his shoulders, and he rolled them back, puffing out his lean chest. "You're tripping. I don't have anything." Orion pressed his lips together. His jaws clenched over more words. Zeke's face shuffled through a myriad of expressions as they stood in front of each other. They were small changes, fissures in Zeke's perfectly crafted veneer. His eyes flickered with annoyance and worry, the corners of his smiling lips twitched as tight muscles exhausted themselves, and the creases in his smooth youthful forehead doubled as his eyebrows lifted. Orion waited, unblinking and unmoving. He rooted himself to the ground in front of Zeke, accepting his slow steps of grief until he reached into his pockets. Scowling, Zeke retrieved 3 folded bags of white powder. He muttered and grumbled curses under his breath as he dropped the bags in Orion's outstretched hand, surrendering his spoils to the other man. "Zeke!" Orion's tone shifted, and a thick layer of concern coated his words. "Who gave you this?" His eyebrows knit together, and he tilted his head to the side. "Who's giving you drugs?" "No one." Zeke shrugged. Orion fluttered his eyelashes. "You're not making drugs yourself. And even if you were, you wouldn't be able to make this much. Where are you getting this from? Are you in trouble?" "No." Zeke scoffed. "It's nothing like that." He wrinkled the bridge of his nose and swayed his shoulders, avoiding Orion's hard gaze. "Zeke, if you need anything, we're here. Okay?" Orion gripped the packets of white powder in his hand. "Even if you just want to talk. I'll give you my number." Zeke sucked his teeth and dug his worn sneakers into the ground. "What you know about struggle or anything? You a white boy wearing designer everything, and you going to tell me I can talk to you like you'll understand what I'm going through?" His focus remained on the ground as he shot daggers with his words. "Look at me." He twitched and lifted his head, jutting his chin forward and looking down his nose at Orion. His head tilted on his shoulders and lips creased in a firm line. He held his tension there. "If you want to talk, I'm here. If you need help, we're all here." Orion glanced at the bags again, grinding his teeth before he flicked his eyes toward Zeke again. "Go get settled. I'll see you for dinner." "Whatever." He rubbed his pockets and retreated, jogging inside. Orion pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes, clutching the bags to his body. He boarded the passenger van again, fitting himself between the 2 front seats and tossing the bags in Ajax's lap. "Zeke had this." "Huh." Ajax blinked, glancing down at the bags. "This is easily $3,000 of stash." "Yes." He had it in his pockets, and he ignored what we said about no drugs here. "You need to find the person giving children drugs and deal with them." "Calm down. Me and Travel work it out." "No, I'm not calm," Orion snarled, stabbing his finger into Ajax's chest. "You also need to figure out why the hell a child needs $3,000. Orion paused. "I thought when you said he sold drugs he was selling weed to his buddies, not cocaine to Lord knows who." Ajax picked up the bags. "He gave these to you." "I made him." Orion raked his fingers through his hair. "I'm concerned about him, if he needs so much money. Just take care of it, please." Orion turned on his heels, packing his computer away and grabbing his duffel bag and shoulder backpack. "I'll see you when you get back later tonight?" "Yeah." "Hey, where's Trav?" Orion glimpsed the empty passenger seat, then outside. Probably inside with Rain. I'll send him out." "Right on." Orion exited the van and met Trav at the entrance to the basement. He directed him outside before continuing down to the private lounge area. Months ago, it had been bustling with life. Now it was dead. Rain sat at the long dining room table, her head in her hands and her rich dark eyes fixed on the mahogany table. He dropped his duffel bag on the floor and embraced Rain in a hug, wrapping his arms around her shoulders and pressing his cheek into hers. She touched Orion's arm, sliding her palm over him and digging her nails into his skin. "It's going to be okay. Ajax already spoke with the city and with contractors. They're going to rebuild the shelter." Rain nodded. A watery smile graced her solemn features. We grew up there. Her voice quaked, threatening tears with every word past her lips. Orion hugged her tighter. I remember running through the hallway and sneaking into Cicely's room. We read stolen books under the covers with flickering flashlights under our chin. Yeah? Ricky would get so mad when he saw the flashlight under the sheets. Back then his accent was thicker, and we used to laugh when he would yell at us. She sighed. Here. Let me make you some food. No, I'm fine. I need to help settle all the kids. They were babies when we were coming up. I changed Zeke's diapers. Her voice broke off, and silence hovered between them. You should go check on Ellis. He's outside somewhere. I'll find him. He hugged Rain again before wandering back up the basement stairs and outside. He circled the inn until he came upon an average-sized man with short-cropped hair, sad brown eyes, and a frown on his lips. Ellis lifted an axe over his head and swung it down, splitting a log in 2 pieces with a grunt. Orion sucked in a deep breath and approached the man. Hi. Ellis? The man licked the split wood away and placed another on a stump before he looked up from his task, directing his attention to Orion. Yeah? I don't think we've actually, officially met. I'm Orion. Ajax's partner. Ajax's partner, right? Why, yes. I'm sorry for your loss. Kai and I didn't talk much, but I know she was Jay's best friend, and I know if I lost Jay I would be completely destroyed. I'm talking too much. Sorry. The tips of Orion's ears burned and his jaw locked. He bit the inside of his cheek. No, it's okay. Ellis forced a smile. Your energy is refreshing, and I'm glad you're around. Rain and I are going to take care of all the funeral arrangements. Is there anything you want to add to the preparations? Ellis winced, a fresh wave of moisture glossed his eyes. Orion looked away from him. Yeah, actually. Could we have gardenias at the funeral? She always wanted me to grow them, but I never got around to it. She said she liked the way they smelled. So I don't know. Gardenias would be nice. Oh. Yes, absolutely. We can get gardenias for the ceremony. Jay wants to have it at Jake's. Jake's is fine. So, is there anything I can do for you? I'll be around until the funeral, and I can help with anything you need. Ellis nodded. Thanks. Let me think about it. I'll let you know. Cool. Can I hug you? I feel like you need a hug. Orion exhaled an awkward chuckle. Ellis squinted toward the sun before looking back at Orion. Yeah. I'll take a hug. With a nod, Orion pulled Ellis into a full embrace, rubbing a hand over his back. He squeezed Ellis close to him, until the other man relaxed in his arms and leaned into him. After a few long moments, Orion patted his back again and released him. I'm here if you need me, okay? Thanks. Ellis nodded, and turned back to his work while Orion returned to the building. Ajax and Trav returned to the inn late in the night once the children had been nestled in bed, once Orion and Rain had popped open a bottle of wine and settled into funeral plans. However, between Ajax's desire for affection and Trav's playful nature, they ended the night with less than a quarter of the planning complete. The next few days, everyone adjusted to a new routine. Rain and Orion drove into the city, dropping the school-aged children off at their respective public schools and driving past the ruins of the shelter. They surveyed the beginnings of the building process before returning to the inn and relieving Ellis, Ajax, and Trav of duties for several hours. They collected the kids in the early afternoon and started their homework and bedtime routines with Shaniqua and Guy's assistance. The first few days blurred together, but by the 4th day they had fallen into a pattern. Orion and Rain had coffee as the children dressed, enjoying a quiet conversation in the inn's dining area. After checking Zeke's homework and shifting Fancy's lunch from a paper bag to a hard-sided vintage lunchbox, They loaded up the hatchback and drove into the city at 7:15, depositing the children at their respective schools. They finished 10 minutes early. We're bosses. The first smile in 3 days highlighted Rain's face, and she held her hand up. Yes. Orion chuckled, slapping her a high five before leaning back in his seat. Do you want to check on the progress of the rebuild, or, I was thinking we could have brunch somewhere? Aren't the boys expecting us back? Orion shrugged. Probably, but they will be okay for a few extra hours. The inn is dead during the middle of the day anyway, and we have to plan the funeral and start on your wedding preparations too. True. She nibbled her bottom lip. Let's check on the building first, and then we can find a brunch spot. Done. Orion shifted gears and cruised through the city. After taking the same route twice a day for almost a week, Orion had memorized the twists and turns. He drove on autopilot to the shelter and slowed in front of it, veering the vehicle onto the side of the road and looking through Rain's window at the progress. It feels like they're getting nowhere. I think it's been cleaning and documenting mostly so far. I think Jay managed to push the insurance companies to move faster because it's a community building and not a personal building. Orion tilted his head, watching burly strangers move around the exposed building. Ah. How long can we really keep transporting these kids to and from school? For as long as it takes, I guess. Hopefully the rebuild will be done in a few weeks. It looks like the frame is intact at least. I looked up how long it takes to build a house on average, and it's about 7 months, but the shortest is 4 months. We're repairing, not rebuilding. Exactly. I'm hoping maybe 2 months for the rebuild. If it seems to take longer, we may have to roll up our sleeves and work a few nights. I'll do it. Rain nodded. Yeah. Orion stared at the workers for a few more moments, before slapping his forehead. Oh shit. What? We forgot Cicely's baby shower. I wanted to plan something for her right when we returned from our vacation, but it feels weird to have a baby shower directly after a funeral now. Rain combed her fingers through her hair. True. We could combine her baby shower with my bachelorette party? We could, but hell, when are we going to even do a bachelorette party? I think it's supposed to be the night right before the wedding, isn't it? Orion furrowed his eyebrows, pulling out his phone and surveying dates. A bachelorette baby party could work. She's due in late summer, early fall. It's late spring now. Orion drummed his fingers against his lips. It's kind of rushing your wedding. I know, but I've been thinking about it, and I want something small. Just, a tiny ceremony and a party afterward. Are you sure? He flicked his eyes to Rain's face. I'm sure. Something small with all of you guys there. Still with the bridesmaid crew, but we can probably do a 5-minute ceremony and get it done. 5 minutes? Orion blinked. 5? Yes. The important parts are the cake, the dancing, and making it official later. You want a 5-minute wedding ceremony? Orion folded his arms across his chest. Yep. 5 minutes, Rain confirmed, nodding as she looked out the window. I thought we were going to lunch. Orion stared at Rain for a breath longer before turning forward and shifting the gears from park to drive. The silence expanded between them as he drove from the shelter to the other side of the city. It nudged him and enveloped him, and when he tried to speak it hushed him as well. Orion turned into the parking lot of a quaint restaurant with a rooster logo beside the scrolled name and double doors flanked by white columns. Rain? He turned off the vehicle. You know you don't have to stifle your happy moments because of other people's sad moments, right? No one's going to fault you for having the wedding of your dreams. She shrugged her shoulders up to her ears and brushed her long hair forward, framing her round porcelain doll face. I know. And honestly, I think we're all going to need your wedding and Cicely's babies. This is a sad life, and we're all going to die if we stay in it, but we can have joy along the way. I know. So I don't want you to decide right now. I want you to think about what kind of wedding we're having, and let me know what you really want after the funeral, okay? Rain nodded. Okay. She exhaled a trembling breath. Thank you. You're welcome. It's what I'm here for. Orion rubbed the backs of his fingers along her bicep. Are you ready to work on this funeral? She squeezed her eyes closed, rubbing them with her fingers as she gulped shallow breaths. A pale blue vein in the center of her forehead bulged as tears sailed down her cheeks, connecting at her chin and sliding down her neck. The moisture seeped into the collar of her shirt, staining it several shades darker than the original color. Orion continued his comforting touch, holding her the same way he held his sisters when they sobbed over boyfriend after boyfriend. He tucked Rain's black hair behind her ears and rested his cheek on her shoulder. Oh, okay. She sniffed, rubbing her forearm over her puffy eyes. Okay, I'm ready. Orion nodded, grabbing a notebook and pencil from the center console and accompanying her inside. They occupied a seat in the back, and Orion crossed his legs and leaned forward, propping his elbows on the table. He ordered a second coffee for himself and sipped it as he drummed his pencil against the notepad. Rain sipped orange juice. So far, Ajax wants to have the ceremony at Jake's place, and Ellis wants gardenias for Kai. Are gardenias in season right now? I have no idea, but I'm not above overnighting gardenias to Jake's for this ceremony. Rain hugged her glass, nodding. Okay. What about the order of service? Well, Orion sipped his coffee again. I assume we want a secular service, so I was thinking we could keep it rather simple. Music to open, a welcome, eulogies, another song, personal memories, another song, closing words, music, and we can have the reception in the same location, of course. Rain nodded. Sounds good. Did Kai or Ricky have any particular music they really liked? Ricky liked blues and bluegrass. Kai liked everything, but we could ask Ellis to pick songs for her. Rain wiped condensation off the sweaty orange juice glass, staring into the bright yellow liquid. It's sad Ricky had no family. Yeah. Orion sealed his lips and stared into his coffee. So 2 songs? Since it's a double funeral, should we have one Ricky song and one Kai song? I suppose yes. Okay. So 2 opening songs, perfect. Next, who should do the order of ceremony? You? Me? Orion blinked. I guess I could. You're keeping it together the best. You knew Kai and Ricky too, but I don't think any of us could get through it without crying the whole time. True, Orion considered it, tumbling the thought around in his brain before nodding once. It's fine, I'll do it. And I'll do the welcome too. Orion scrawled notes in the notebook. Eulogies. So I think Ellis and Ajax should do the eulogies, if they are able. I agree. I think they would want to, even if they struggle through it. I mean, if they write it and can't get through it, we can help them. Yes. Perfect. And then 2 more songs or music. Oh, we could space the eulogies out with music. So Ricky's eulogy first, then a song, then Kai's eulogy, then another song. And then we can open the floor for anyone who wants to speak. Okay, but not everyone. How long do you want to have the personal memories part? Let's say no more than 30 minutes and we'll do Ricky first, a song then Kai, and another song which will get us up to closing words, music, and then reception. What about like spreading ashes or something? Well, Orion chewed his bottom lip. We could do seeds? We could plant a tree? Do you guys have a cemetery? No, we've always done cremation. Okay, Orion tapped his chin. If we do seeds, then it'll at least produce flowers in a few weeks, which could be beautiful if we spread their favorite flowers. True. And everyone can get a little bit to toss out, similar to doing the spreading cremation ashes, and it's a little more kid-friendly than ashes, you know. True. Orion nodded once. Honey, I think we have a pretty good plan here. I'll do all the designing. I need photos of them, and some of their favorite quotes and sayings. How soon do you want to hold the service? I was thinking in a few days. I think everyone needs a sense of closure to begin moving on. Ellis is in a daze, and so is Ajax. I know they're both trying, but I think the sooner the service the better. How about this coming Wednesday? Today's Thursday. It gives you the weekend for planning, and anything you need to order we can order tomorrow. Wednesday should work. Orion nodded. I guess I have a lot of planning to do, don't I? He offered Rain a little smile. Rain reached across the table, squeezing Orion's hand. Yeah. Thanks again for doing this. You're amazing, and AJ is lucky to have you. Thanks. I'm lucky to have him too. Orion squeezed her hand in return, rubbing his thumb over her pale knuckles. Okay. We're getting sappy. Let's order food now. His voice brightened, and he traded his notepad for the restaurant's menu. Their conversation shifted from the serious notes of funeral arranging to the lighter topic of wedding plans. Despite Rain's indecision on the type of ceremony, they still discussed bridesmaid dresses, color schemes, and cake flavors as they enjoyed light alcoholic drinks and heavy breakfast foods. Orion sipped a mimosa after he finished his coffee and reveled in Rain's musical laughter. Each continued conversation buoyed her, until her characteristic bubbliness replaced her sadness. He savored the glitter in her eyes and the smile across her plump lips, and his heart warmed as his best friend found herself again. Their brunch date extended into the early afternoon as they picked over fresh fruits, digested their alcohol, and picked over wedding ideas. They visited the shelter again, before collecting the children from school and returning to the inn. The coming days were filled with funeral preparations, and Orion helped with every aspect. He assisted both Ellis and Ajax with their eulogies, ordered flowers, seeds, and programs, and prepared the menu for the funeral reception. He rented the passenger van again, and on Tuesday night, after the children had eaten their dinner and finished their schoolwork, everyone piled into the passenger van. Orion drove the 6 hours from Ellis Inn to Jake's bar. Jake embraced him in a hug as soon as he hopped out of the driver's seat, and while everyone tucked in for the night, he and Jake finished preparations. Cicely helped where she could, waddling back and forth with swollen feet and a huge belly stretching her mahogany skin. Orion didn't sleep Tuesday night, but he lounged in bed next to Ajax, petting the man's dark, oily hair and memorizing every feature on his face. He kissed Ajax's parted lips and the tip of his prominent nose. "I'm proud of you," he whispered. Ajax rolled onto his side, drawing the sheets into him and burying his face in the thin fabric. Orion huddled behind him, molding his body to Ajax's, his front to Ajax's back. His eyes closed, but his ears tracked every sound. He opened his eyes the next day when Ajax stirred in the trap of his arms, and he spent his morning flitting between his lover and his best friends. He helped Ajax tie his satin bow tie and helped Rain zip the back of her dress. He assisted Ellis with his entire routine from buttoning his shirt to encouraging shallow bites of food. By 11 o'clock, he had them all downstairs in the main body of the bar. Its usual diagonal rows of tables had been stashed away, and the bar had been arranged for an indoor service with rows of chairs lining the floor and 2 wooden podiums in the front facing the crowd. Jake manned the music, starting the first song as guests filed inside. Orion sat Ajax and Ellis in the front row and greeted the crowd as everyone filed in. The sweet perfumed scent of pearly gardenias sprinkled with buttermilk roses wafted in from the entryways. After the first song, Orion walked to a podium set off to the side. He cleared his throat and projected his voice. "Hi everyone." The buzzing of voices faded from a roar to a gentle hum, and he looked down at his notes. His scrawled handwriting swirled in the faint blue regulations of the paper. "We meet here today to honor and pay tribute to the lives of Ricky and Kai, to express our love and admiration for them both, and to bring some comfort to those of their family who are here and have been hurt deeply by their sudden deaths." Orion's eyes fell on Ajax and Ellis as he continued speaking, trailing away from his prepared words. "It is only natural for us to be sad today, because in a practical sense, both Ricky and Kai are no longer parts of our lives. An artist once said, "The idea is not to live forever, but to create something that will," and Ricky and Kai have. They have created an expanding love in the hearts of everyone present today. They have built ropes of connections and tied us all together with their touch, and our purpose here today is to reconcile our feelings of loss with our shared memories of both Ricky and Kai. He nodded to Ajax, and the man stood, approaching a center podium. Ajax will be sharing Ricky's eulogy. Ajax rubbed his hands along the crisp crease of his black slacks. His long eyelashes fanned his cheeks as he looked down. He dragged a folded piece of paper from his pocket and smoothed it out on the podium, before he looked at Orion and then into the crowd, clearing his throat. "I imagine the first time I saw Ricky was when I was too little to realize he looked nothing like me and definitely wasn't my father." Ajax's usually booming voice was a frayed thread. "But my first memory of Ricky was the first time he left and came back from a job. Tired, with new stress lines etched in his face, he scooped us kids up immediately and held us to him. He listened to us unload every passing thought we had while he was gone, and saw us to bed before he took any time for himself. My memory of Ricky is one of a pillar. He was omnipresent even as we danced around him, even as we shouted angry words." The thread unraveled, and Ajax's voice broke off as his features crumbled. His usually ironclad expression disintegrated. He looked at Orion, and Orion slipped from behind his podium, joining Ajax. He put a hand down the man's spine and inched the paper closer to him, squinting at Ajax's scrawled handwriting. "It's okay," Orion whispered, kissing Ajax's cheek before regarding the crowd. "My memory of Ricky is one of a pillar. He was always around, even as we danced around him, even as we shouted angry words in our teenage years or later in our adult years. He could take those punches, and he raised us with an unwavering patience and a mug of hot Earl Grey tea." The crowd erupted in somber chuckles. Orion latticed his fingers with Ajax's and squeezed his hand. Ricky passed doing his heart's work. He passed saving his family. All deaths are sad, but we can all be comforted in knowing Ricky died not on a job, not alone, but with his family surrounding him. Orion folded the paper and squeezed Ajax's hand again. Ajax wandered back to his seat, collapsing against the wooden chair and slumping his shoulders forward. He rested his elbows on his knees and buried his face in his hands, rubbing them over his long face. Before we get into Kai's eulogy, we will play one of Ricky's favorite songs, and then Ellis, Kai's husband, will speak. Orion sat down beside Ajax, squeezing his knee and leaning into him. Jake controlled the music, and the room filled with classic, lyric-less bluegrass as Orion rested his head on Ajax's shoulder. Ellis' nerves grew as the song played until he trembled in his seat. His hands shook as he rose to his feet and trudged to the podium. He set the paper down, hiding it behind the lip of the wooden platform, and his brown eyes squinted downward. They ventured up to the crowd and brimmed with tears. His bottom lip quivered. His eyes were 300 miles away. "Kai. She's was my wife." He gripped the podium, supporting himself with it. "She was," he swallowed, and his Adam's apple shuddered in his throat. Tears at the corners of his puppy dog eyes striped his angular cheeks. Ellis shifted on his feet. "She was," he shook his head again, and Orion squeezed Ajax's thigh before approaching the podium next to Ellis. He narrowed his eyes at Ellis' microscopic handwriting, scanning the words before he spoke. "Kai was my wife. She was my other half, and I know everyone refers to their partner as their other half, but she was. We grew up together. I laughed at her when she had bad haircuts. I threw footballs at her head, but one day I woke up, and the gangly, awkward girl with braces and glasses had turned into the most beautiful woman I had ever seen." My heart raced. Orion paused, glancing at Ellis and surveying the crowd. Kai had all the dreams, and she carried me along with her. We worked odd jobs, and we saw the mountains. We hiked the Appalachian Trail, we drove through Canada and saw the Northern Lights. And one day, with her bare feet on the dashboard of my old sedan, she looked at me and said she wanted an in. I promised to give her one. In her next breath, She said she'd punch me if I didn't propose to her. I promised to do that too. Ellis sobbed, shoulders quaking. We've been married for 8 years, and they've been the most amazing years of my life. We planned for children, and to grow old and gray together, but I don't want to focus on the future I've lost. I want to focus on the memories I have. I want to focus on the things she taught me through her playful and proud ways. She taught me to be spontaneous, to take on life as it comes, to run a successful business, and to smell the flowers planted outside of it. She taught me to continue learning, and to selflessly teach others. However, most importantly, she taught me how to love unconditionally and to open my heart to new experiences. Thanks. Ellis streaked wet hands over his page of notes, grabbing it and trudging back to his seat. He slumped down, shoulders drooping. Defeated. Orion sighed. Okay. After another song, the floor will be open to anyone who wishes to speak. Orion lingered at the podium as another classic song played from speakers buried in the bar, and he looked upon people's faces. Everyone was moved. Tears streaked many more faces besides Rain's and Ellis. Even Trav's usually cheery features were blotchy and tear-stained. Ajax, however, was stone. His face was tight and dry with suppressed emotions. Orion chewed his bottom lip as the song faded, adjusting the little microphone downwards. So I figured I would start. Orion chuckled, nerves shaking his voice. I guess I'm probably the newest family addition with the exception of Unique, unless you count the 9 months she spent in utero. The crowd bubbled with laughter. I met Ajax in a spot of desperation, and I jumped in his terrible old white sedan barefoot with a backpack and a plate of food he didn't want. Along the way, I met Trav, who's absolutely amazing, and then I met Ricky. Ricky, oh my God, I'm getting emotional. He paused and swiped his eyes, blowing out his breath. Ricky was the father figure I never knew existed. I've never met an older man with as much kindness, patience, understanding, and honest love as Ricky. It was always in his eyes, in those moments where he let his hard exterior down and just looked at you. He was a proud father, even if all you had accomplished for the day was showering, even if you hadn't gotten that far. Orion flicked his eyes to Ellis. After Ricky, I met Kai, and she didn't like me at first. I don't blame her. To her friends she was fiercely loyal, and to outsiders she was cautiously on guard. I think it took a point-of-sale program, cupcakes, and a shooting for her to come around. Orion smiled softly. With Kai, once she let you were in for life. And I'm honestly not sure where I'm going with this, but the point is, I'm sorry for the loss of 2 amazing people. He chuckled again. Someone please come up here and talk. Rain's lips quirked into a smile, and she joined Orion at the podium, hugging him around the shoulders. I love them. I could talk for days about Kai and Ricky. I have memories to fill the pages of so many books, but it's quicker and simpler to say I love them. I love them. Trav spoke a few words after Rain, and Jake and Cicely joined them as a pair. They all stood around the podium, taking turns sharing memories as they came up. Eventually Guy joined them, and they welcomed Wallace with open arms. A few burly men Orion had never met shared stories of Ricky in his prime years, and they spoke well through the 30 minutes of allotted time. When the flood of people to the podium ceased, Orion occupied it again. Ah. He was raw with honest emotions. I feel like we could go into the night sharing memories of Ricky and Kai, but food is getting cold and daylight is slipping away from us. I understand we usually spread ashes into the air at these events, but since we have no ashes, we decided on seeds because a late summer bloom would be beautiful. So we have packets of seeds for everyone, and let's migrate outside. A loop of tunes played as Cicely toddled around with a basket full of individual seed pouches, her loose dress tickling her ankles. Jake followed her around the body of the establishment with a hand to the small of her back and a smile plastered on his blotchy, tear-stained face. Ellis rocked back and forth in his seat with his hands between his legs. Rain and Trav flanked his sides, offering silent comfort. Ajax sat down on the other side of Trav and stared forward. His eyes were vacant. Orion bit his bottom lip as he sat down next to Ajax, rubbing his spine. We don't have to stay for this next part. If you want to go upstairs, we can. Orion knit his tailored eyebrows together, lifting Ajax's sinking chin with his fingers and brushing over dry cheeks. No. We'll stay. It's fine. Are you sure? You look exhausted. We can go upstairs and rest if you want. No. All right. Orion exhaled. I'll get us packets and some water. I'll be right back. He squeezed Ajax's shoulder and moved to his feet, weeding through a sea of mourners on his way to Cicely and Jake. Mila cut off his path, and her barely showing pregnant belly peeked from the bottom hems of her high-cut shirt. Light brown hair framed unmistakable features. Hello. Orion's soft eyes turned to steel. What are you doing here? She rubbed the sliver of exposed pale skin, tracing her linea nigra. Ricky and Kai were my friends too. Yeah, except you betrayed them when you stayed close to Brody. Mila looked down at the ground, thick eyelashes meeting each other. Tears traveled well-worn paths down her cheeks. I'm sorry. Too little, too late. Has Jay seen you? I don't think so. Good. Make sure he doesn't. Orion stared at Mila. Is the baby Jay's? The woman shuddered at the question, and it inspired a new wave of tears. Her nails dug into her skin as she clutched her growing womb. Do you even know whose baby it is? Is this the place to talk about it, Orion? His hard eyes swept the area and locked on Mila again. The shelter burned down, Kai and Ricky are dead. Everybody hurts. And then you pop up with a swollen belly and tears, and you have the nerve to ask me if this is the right place to talk about it? Mila shuddered again. Being too emotional can hurt the baby. Aha. Let me be clear. You're not actually welcome here. If you came to make sure you offed Kai and Ricky so you can report back to Brody's little minions, then you succeeded. If you came looking to be accepted back into this family, try again, sweetheart. Orion hissed. After tonight, the only way I want to see your face again is if we're identifying your body. Mila looked up. A ping of anger touched her pool blue eyes, but she stamped it down as quickly as it surfaced. You're heartless. You and yours started this. Don't be shocked by the outcome. Orion passed Mila, bumping her shoulder as he did. Orion, wait. I had nothing to do with the kitchen fire. I promise. He froze, keeping his back turned. Why should I believe you? Because I know who did it. Oh? Orion turned to face Mila, locking eyes with her. You know who did it? Everything? Even a name? Mila wet her heart-shaped lips and nodded. Why, yes. It was a young guy with curly hair, tattoos, and an accent. Mexican, maybe? I never asked directly. Paulo. I'm pretty sure his name was Paulo. Orion's features remained neutral. How do you know it was him? Because Brody and him talked about it. Brody said if anything happened to him, he should burn down the shelter to get in with us. He said to make it look like an accident and kill you one by one from the inside. Aren't you here trying to get in with us? No. I'm trying to warn you about him. You have to believe me. I'm 1,000% sure it was him. I saw him in the kitchens the morning before it happened. Interesting. Why were you in the kitchens? And more importantly, why didn't you stay and help rehome everyone? I got scared. Have you ever heard the saying, if you point one finger, you have three pointing back at you? Mila clamped her mouth closed, as another flare of anger filtered through her features. Her smooth jaw clenched as she focused on Orion. Well? I'm trying to help. If you don't want my help, say no thank you. No thank you. The corner of Orion's lips quirked into a weak smirk. You're an ass. You're a bitch. And just because you're pregnant, doesn't mean I won't drag you to the ground right now. Wow. Okay. Mila frowned. Yeah. Bye now." Orion glanced her over before turning away a second time. He fought through the crowd, grabbing seed packages for everyone and accompanying his friends outside. When Ajax fumbled, he took the bag and poured seeds in his hands. He accompanied his friends outside, supporting Ajax when he fumbled with the drawstring. He poured the seeds into Ajax's rough hands and turned him against the wind. "They will go farther this way," Orion promised as seeds slipped through Ajax's parted fingers. He pursed his lips together, catching a few of the lost seeds before abandoning the challenge. He cradled his handful of seeds as Jake addressed the crowd. The land behind him, Jake said, was an empty green space he purchased alongside the tavern with one lone bench and choppily cut grass. As he looked upon it, he declared it a garden and promised fresh flowers every year, memorials for fallen family members. He promised a covered awning, wooden benches, and closure. He teared up at the end of his promise and hugged his wife to him, burying his face in her curly black hair. Cicely finished his short speech with promises of a vibrant future and spread her handful of seeds first. Everyone followed her lead, scattering the seeds all through the green space and mingling with friends. Trav and Rain led Ellis back inside, and Orion scanned the area for Mila before looking at Ajax again. Everyone had shed tears around them, but his face was still barren. "We should go upstairs. It's been a long day." "Yeah," he grunted. "I can come back down and make you a plate of food once you're settled upstairs. Are you hungry?" "Not really." "Okay, I'll bring you a little food. You can leave it if you don't want to eat, but at least we'll have it." Orion rubbed his back and laced their fingers together as they went back inside the bar. They ascended the stairs to Ajax's room, and Orion undressed him, pulling his tie loose and draping it over the wooden office chair fitted under an old desk in the corner. Ajax sat on the corner of the bed, kicking utilitarian dress shoes off his feet. "Did you see Mila? I feel like I saw her." "Mila? Who?" Orion lifted his eyebrows, combing his fingers through his hair after ripping his shirt over his head. He looked at Ajax over his tanned shoulder. "Mila? Blonde girl you don't like?" I don't know. I can't remember her, really. What makes you think you saw her?" "I don't know. I was probably imagining things." "Do you want me to see if she's downstairs?" Ajax unzipped his dress slacks and stepped out of them, discarding them in a crumpled mess on the floor. "Thought you hated her." "She's not my favorite person, but the last time I saw her you and I were new to each other, and I was threatened by anyone who already had something with you." Orion crossed the room, coming up behind Ajax, running the backs of his chilled fingers over Ajax's rich, dark skin. "It's different now. Do you want me to see if she's downstairs?" "No." Orion slipped his own dress slacks off, replacing them with lounge sweatpants and an oversized shirt. "I could check for you, if you wanted. Is there something you want to say to her, in particular?" "There was a rumor about her being pregnant. I want to know if it's true." Orion bit his bottom lip, turning his back to Ajax as he collected their clothes. He stripped the slacks of their leather belts and draped them across the back of the chair next to silk ties. "What would you do if she was?" "Don't know. If it were mine, I guess I'd want to help her out in some way, you know. I'd want to be there for the baby if she'd let me." "Oh, I'm sure someone can find out for you, if she's pregnant or not." Orion chewed his bottom lip as he smoothed their button-down dress shirts on top of the slacks. Ajax nodded. "I'd like to know." "Okay." Orion slipped his feet in his boots, tucking his sweatpants in them, and Ajax laid back on the bed. Ajax curled the sheets around his body and turned on his side, staring at the blank wall. Orion inhaled a deep breath. His heart ached as he studied Ajax's stiff form, watching the lazy rise and fall of his chest. "I'll be back with food in about 10 minutes. Ajax didn't reply. Orion moved down the stairs again. The main room of Jake's bar had returned to its original state, with tables in diagonal rows and 4 chairs around them. Funeral attendees sat at the tables with plates of food and bottles of beer in front of them. The roar of casually somber voices filled the tense air. Orion strolled through the crowd, ducking into the sanctuary of the kitchen. Jake occupied the prep station, slicing into a brilliant green avocado and eating a square off the corner of his knife. "Hey kid." "Hey Jake. How's Cicely?" "She's doing all right." "How's Jax?" "He's making it. I came down to make a plate of food for him." Jake nodded, eating another avocado square. "So, Rain and I are planning to have Cicely's baby shower on the same day as the bachelorette party." "Sounds like a plan." Jake shrugged. "I'm assuming you will be with Jay and Trav somewhere, doing the bachelor party thing." "Did Jay mention anything to you?" "Nah, kid. We have plenty of time to plan it." "It feels like you do, but before you know it, it'll be the middle of the summer and you'll be preparing for a baby and a wedding at the same time." A light chuckle escaped Orion's lips. "Can I have a piece?" "Oh yeah, sure." Jake sliced a thick square of the fruit and placed it on the counter. Orion scooped it up, denting the meaty flesh with his fingers and popping it into his mouth. "We picked baby names already." "Yeah?" "D'Angelo if it's a boy, and Christian if it's a girl." Orion nodded. "D'Angelo for D? Jay's dad?" "Yeah. And Christian for Chris. I wasn't planning on any more death before the birth of him, so I guess I need to make it D'Angelo Kai and Christian Ricky." Orion sucked his fingers clean. "Both of those are very pretty names. I like them." Jake nodded. "Right on. You came for a plate?" "Yes." "Let me fix you something." Jake abandoned the avocado and floated around the kitchen, retrieving a plate and piling it high with meats, mashed potatoes, and sautéed vegetables. He covered it with aluminum foil and surrendered it to Orion. "I'm glad you're here, kid." "Thanks." Orion's cheeks burned, and he hugged the plate to his body. I'm going to check on Jay." "Wait. Did you see Mila at the funeral?" Orion's mouth dried, and he ran his tongue along the backs of his teeth. He stalled, debating his answer. "I did." "She's pregnant." "Yes." Orion met Jake's eyes. "I didn't ask her whose baby it was." Jake nodded. "She's entitled to her secret if she wants it to be one." "Yes." Orion nodded. "I need to take this food up to Jay." Orion teased the aluminum foil curled around the lip of the plate. "Hey." Orion looked up. "Yes?" "The service today was beautiful. Thanks for planning it." "No problem. It's the least I can do for how much you all have done for me." Orion bowed his head as he slipped out of the kitchen and back up to his shared room with Ajax. He placed the food on the table and kicked off his boots again. Ajax had fallen asleep and cast the blankets off him, exposing healed scars latticing his mahogany skin. The blankets pooled at the slope of his hips, shadowing the crack of his ass. His chest expanded with each deep breath, stretching his keloided scars and spidering bullet wounds. Orion shed his clothes and crawled under the sheets behind him. "Jay." Orion closed his laptop and propped his elbows on top, rubbing his hands over his face. "What?" "We have to go to Ricky's house. Boogie's been there for almost 2 weeks by himself. We have to go and get him." Orion's uneasiness spiked. Ajax looked up from a disassembled pistol, rolling his eyes up to Orion's face. "We have to go get him. And," Orion wet his lips, "and we have to find Ricky's family." "Ricky's got a family?" "Yes. He's married with 2 girls. We have to tell them Ricky's gone." "How do you know this?" "He told me. Well, I caught him in a lie, and then he told me. I promised I wouldn't tell anyone, but I think they have a right to know he's gone. I just wish we had more to come with than bad news." "Maybe they'll take the dog," Ajax grunted. "No. Boogie is coming with us. He's too big to travel with, he drools too much, and he's getting old. He'll be fine." Orion leapt from his seat, buzzing around their bedroom at Ella's place. They had returned after the funeral and spent the last week going to and from the city. Rain and Orion resumed their regular schedules, driving the children to school on weekdays, and Trav and Ajax assisted in the shelter's rebuild. The progress had been steady, and the fruits of their hard labor had become evident at the end of their workday on Friday afternoon. Orion retrieved his duffel bag from the top of the closet, unzipping it and rolling shirts into tight bundles of fabric. He tucked them in a row on the floor of the duffel bag. "What are you doing?" "Packing. We need to leave now because it's a 3-day drive up to Ricky's, even if we're conservative and we only stop for sleeping. We could make it in 2 days if we drove in shifts." Ajax snapped the pistol back together and swiped the side table clean from debris. He clicked the safety on the gun and set it aside, thunking it on the table. "Okay, but you're not moving. Help me pack." I would, but you have a system, and you've already overpacked for me. 7 shirts, 6 jeans. You only need 2 of each, and could get by with only 1 pair of jeans." Ajax eased from his reclined position on the bed, standing and digging in the sheets for the remote. He turned off the morning news broadcast, and he stood up. He stretched his hands over his head, lacing his fingers and arching on his toes. His fingers brushed the ceiling, and he bent his back, stretching his exposed abdominal muscles. Orion shivered. "I guess." He removed 3 shirts. 4 is the least I will do. 4 for me and 2, I guess, for you." He rolled Ajax's black jeans and packed them away next to his own. "Can you go into the bathroom and pack our things?" Do you have information on Ricky's family?" "No. I don't know anything about them except they know nothing about us, and they live in the town close to Ricky's cabin." "How are you going to find them?" "I'm not sure. Boogie is my concern first. I hope he hasn't been starving or worse been out in the cold this entire time. He's a dog. You're going to get up there, and he's going to be fat and happy." "I hope so." "Jay. Bathroom stuff, please." Ajax grunted. "I heard you the first time." "Then why aren't you moving?" "Don't feel like it yet." "Jay." Orion kicked the duffel bag aside and spun to his full height, balancing his weight on his toes. He met Ajax's solid body in front of him. Ajax's bare chest touched his own, and his fabric-covered bottom half pressed into him. "Yeah?" Ajax rumbled, placing a hand on Orion's hip and dragging him closer. 2 layers of thin fabric separated them, and Orion hummed. "Why, yes. You're feeling better." "I am." Ajax bent forward, sweeping his lips along Orion's. Orion's heart stuttered. His breath caught in his throat, and he squeezed Ajax's forearm. I'm glad." He kissed Orion again. His hand at his waist trailed over Orion, cupping the curve of his ass in his thick fingers. The other hand followed suit, and Ajax forced their bodies together. Orion's cock stiffened between them, and he turned away as Ajax pressed a kiss into his burning cheeks. "Aha." A low purr escaped Ajax's lips, and he continued browsing Orion's white-hot skin. "Is right now the best time for this?" Orion stammered. His words denied Ajax, but his hips curled into him. He rubbed himself against the other man, growing his arousal. "I mean, you just started feeling better." Ajax bit Orion's shoulder and pressed his own excitement into Orion's stomach. "Yeah." His hot breath cooled the moisture deposits left from the bite. "Is that a yes, this is a good time, or a yes to feeling better?" Orion's muscles tensed, and he rested his head on Ajax's chest. His body ached for Ajax's touch, and it ignored his mind's firm warnings. "Yeah." Ajax chuckled. He bit Orion's shoulder again, then his neck, then trailed soft lips to the shell of his ear. "How do you know I was after sex?" Orion squeezed his eyes shut as Ajax's explored his skin. His cock jumped between the confines of their bodies. I don't, but you're excited." "Only because you're excited." "What?" Orion hid his face, nuzzling through Ajax's chest hairs. "You were excited first." I came for a kiss before I went to pack our things. Ah, Orion whimpered. Aha. Right now isn't a good time. He released Orion's ass cheeks from his squeezing hands and trailed his hands up Orion's back, petting through his hair. He curled the long waves behind the smaller man's ear. But I am feeling better, thanks to you. He administered another kiss to Orion's tingling lips and released him. I'll get the bathroom stuff. Shivers jerked Orion's body as Ajax stepped past him. He turned his head, watching Ajax saunter into the bathroom and licking his lips. Orion finished packing their clothes before approaching the bathroom door, poking his head in. Jay? Yeah? Ajax glanced through the mirror at Orion. We could have sex now if you wanted to. Now isn't a good time. We have to leave for Ricky's. He tucked their toothbrushes and toothpastes into a small zippered bag. I know, but if you really want us to have sex, we could. Orion clutched the doorframe, fingers curling around the molding. Nope. Ajax kissed Orion's temple and continued packing their toiletries. He packed his razor and shaving cream. No. Nope, I'm not replying to your statement. It's a rock and a hard place. If I say I want sex, you're not going to trust your own good instincts later. If I say no, you could take it as me not desiring you. Orion made a noise. Am I wrong? He shook his head. You're too used to giving men what they want, you're scared to say no. I'm not. You are. You need to pack whatever face stuff you want. I don't know what all you use. Did you finish the clothes? Yes. Orion stepped onto the tiles, circling Ajax and placing a knee on the toilet as he grabbed skincare bottles from the bathroom cabinet. I'm not scared to say no. Ajax rumbled. I'm not going to argue with you about it. You're great with others. You handled the shelter and the funeral, but when it's just us, you turn into this meek thing. I could tell you I wanted to piss on you, and you'd say okay. Orion packed 5 bottles of face products, a bottle of lotion, and his shampoo. He rearranged everything Ajax had already packed as he chewed over Ajax's words. He nibbled the inside of his cheek, avoiding Ajax's gaze. Well? What? I want to piss on you. Ajax folded his arms across his chest, twisting his body to Orion. Orion shifted the toiletries around a second time, removing the lotions. Ajax grabbed the zipper bag, swatting Orion's hands away. What? The smaller man scowled. I don't want to fuck you. Before we go, I want to piss on you. Orion's scowl faded, and he stared at the half-packed toiletry bag. His eyebrows knit together, and he squinted into the bag. If you want. Ajax shook his head. No. What do you like? In bed. What do you like? Orion shifted. Can I have the toiletries bag back? He reached his fingers to the bag, hooking his first finger into the opened pouch. Ah. I'm going to go pack some food and get the car loaded up. You finish up here. On the drive, we'll have a good 30 hours to talk about everything you're into. Okay. Orion's heart galloped, and the back of his neck prickled as Ajax pushed up from leaning against the counter, abandoning the toiletries bag and strolling out of the bathroom. Orion stared at the bag as Ajax dressed in a black shirt and dark jeans. He flinched when the bedroom door opened and shut, closing his eyes as tears soaked his dark eyelashes. Orion trudged through the last of the packing, finishing everything from the bathroom and tucking it away in the duffel bag. He dressed himself in cut-off shorts and an oversized shirt, tucking the excess into his front pocket, and he threw the duffel bag over his shoulder. Turning off the light, he exited the room, jogging down the stairs with his keys in hand. Where are you going? Rain met him at the base of the stairs. To Ricky's. Boogie. His family. I have to go. Orion rubbed his cheeks, avoiding his best friend's eyes. You're not leaving until you tell me what's wrong. Nothing is wrong. Jay is mad about something. So something is wrong. Rain grabbed his bag. Explain. I'm not leaving alone. Jay and I are going together. Better, but still doesn't explain why you've been crying. Have you been crying? Your face is blotchy. We had a talk. About? Do I need to punch him? No. It's fine, really. We're going to talk about it more on the drive. I'm going to punch him. You've been doing all this work for everyone, and he goes and upsets you. This is ridiculous. Don't? Seriously, Rain. I'll deal with it. Come on. Help me load up. Orion tugged Rain outside into the dewy morning air. Fine. Rain surrendered and moved after Orion. Did you say Boogie? Yes. Ricky's dog. Orion lifted the trunk of his silver hatchback and grabbed the duffel bag from Rain. He tossed it in the back and leaned against the back bumper. What? Boogie wasn't Ricky's dog. He was Chris's. I thought they got rid of him after Chris died. I didn't know Ricky kept him, but I've been out of town for years. I haven't been up to Ricky's place in at least half a decade. Orion strummed his fingers on the black plastic interior of the vehicle. I figured. Jay hasn't officially told me, but he gets upset when I mention Boogie, so I figured it had something to do with Chris. We're going to travel with him. Boogie adores Jay. Rain nodded. Good. He's been around this long. It would be wrong to get rid of him. He's been through enough. Plus, I think he'll enjoy traveling. He's a good dog. Yeah? Rain smiled, hugging her arms around her body. Yes. I hope he's okay. He's been up there for God knows how long without anyone. I have no idea how long Ricky was here, but he told me his family didn't know about us, so I doubt he would have taken the dog to them. You never told me Ricky had a family. I didn't. He threatened to kill me if I told. Oh. Rain wrinkled her nose. He said he didn't want anyone knowing about them, because they would be a liability. He didn't want them to become targets. He said he'd act accordingly to keep them safe. Orion shuddered. The way he said it, I knew he wasn't joking. His best friend nodded. How are you going to find his family? I have no idea. Go door to door around the town, I guess. No. Check his study. You need to find the alias he used around town, then search the alias. I doubt he used the name Ricky, so even if you went into the town and asked around for a Ricky, no one would know who you're talking about. Oh. True. I never thought about it. And this is why you have me. Rain flashed Orion a smile and kissed his cheek. You're welcome. Okay, so I'm going to ask one more time. Are you sure you're okay? Yes. I'm fine. 100% fine. She scrutinized him before sighing. All right. I saw AJ in the kitchen. I'll let him know you're waiting. Thanks. Orion closed the rear door and migrated to the passenger seat, setting his phone in his lap. He tapped at the screen until he had downloaded a simple game made up of multicolored dots and lines. People can sell anything these days. Orion muttered, rolling his eyes as he invested his mental energy into the simplistic game, until Ajax yanked the driver's side door open. He poked his head inside with a question mark painted on his features. What are you doing? Orion paused his game. Waiting for you. Should I be doing something else? No. Did you get everything? Orion sighed. Yes. Everything is packed aside from whatever you got from the kitchen. I'll drive. If you insist, Orion teased. Ajax grunted and opened the side door, sliding an ice chest behind his seat and placing a plastic bag of brightly colored snacks on top of it. Then he closed the door and climbed into the driver's side. Let me get us on the highway, then we'll talk. Talk? Yeah. We're going to have the sex talk. Orion's body went rigid, but his eyes turned to Ajax. I'm pretty sure I already know how sex works. Birds, bees, condoms, and lubricant. Oh, no, actually, I got the every time you let someone touch you it's like pouring sand in water talk. Or something. I really wasn't listening. We're doing the relationship sex talk. We're going to talk about interests and likes and old partners. Oh. Orion cleared his throat, turning off his cell phone and tipping his head to Ajax. His dyed blonde hair spilled over his shoulders. Yep. Ajax pulled his keys out of his pocket and inserted them in the vehicle. The engine turned over with a lazy sputter. Ajax shifted the gears from the red P to the yellow R and reversed out of the parking space, resting a hand on Orion's seat as he twisted his body and looked over his shoulder through the back window. Orion sat in silence as Ajax turned out of the inn's parking lot, made a series of turns, and merged onto a major highway. The square sign read Interstate 55, and the muffled sound of tires on asphalt filled Orion's ears for 45 minutes. He buried his hands between his thighs and leaned against the door. Apprehension strummed his nerves, but he clamped his mouth shut and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, another 15 minutes had passed. His jaw ached from tension. Are we going to talk? Yeah. A sly grin touched Ajax's face, and Orion folded his arms across his chest. He pinched his lips together, and then relaxed them with a heavy sigh. Okay. Let's talk. All right. Let's start at the beginning. You really want to hear about my sexual history? Do couples really talk about it? I don't know what other couples do, but you and I are going to talk about it. All of it. Orion rubbed his palms together. All of it. Yeah. Okay. Orion licked his lips. You start. Ajax nodded. My first time was with Chris, the guy in the photos you stashed away thinking I'd want them later. I know Chris, Orion murmured. Yeah. It was with him real early on. Like 15, I guess. Your first experience was with a man, even though you sleep with women too? Ajax shrugged. We were fooling around. One thing led to another, and suddenly we were naked and on top of each other. You knew him for a long time, right? Yeah. Childhood friends. The whole nine. We used to play house. He would play the daddy, and I would play the mommy. I think our first kiss was when I was 10, but it was nothing serious, just a kiss on the cheek. Orion's lips quirked into a gentle smile. His eyes softened as Ajax spoke. Cute? Your turn. My first time? Yeah. Very first. His hands trembled. It's not cute, not like yours. Okay. So, I have older siblings. I told you about them, right? You did. The road curved and widened as they neared a city. Right, so. The first encounter I remember was when my brother told me to touch my other brother, and he filmed it. Orion slid his hands down his thighs, squeezing his knees and arching his back. He stared forward, counting streetlights as they zoomed past the vehicle. I was 8, I guess. Ajax rumbled. Why, yeah. Sorry. For upsetting you. If you don't want to talk about this anymore, we can talk about something different. I'm not upset, Rai. Well, I'm not upset at you. Okay. Orion exhaled a wavering breath. They touched me too. For years until I went overseas to boarding school. I ended up being expelled for inappropriate conduct. He chewed his bottom lip. And so I went home. All right. When did you have your first consensual encounter? Like one you wanted? When I was 13 at the boarding school. My best friend's brother went to the same school, and I sucked him off at night in his dorm room. Orion's mouth went dry, and he crossed his legs at the ankles, squeezing his thighs together. His nails pierced his pinkened knees. We eventually had anal sex. I mean, he fucked me, but he was small, so it wasn't a big undertaking. What happened when you left the boarding school? Nope. Orion shook his head. My turn to ask a question. How many partners have you had? In total? 4 long-term or serious partners. I don't know how many casual partners I've had. Do I know the serious ones? Orion brushed his hair behind his shoulders, and his joints creaked as he turned to Ajax. Chris and Ty were the serious ones. Mila and Ethan are the long-term ones. They're fuck buddies. Okay. Ty was Kai's twin, right? Yeah, twin brother. And who is Ethan? The guy they first slept with after the job last year. After the job at Ricky's? Yeah. Do you sleep with more guys than women? Does it matter? Not really. I mean, I'm curious is all. What all have you done, sexually? I've done enough. We'll get to likes and dislikes later. What happened when you left boarding school? Orion's features soured. What snacks did you pack? Chips and apple rings. Answer my question. Orion fished a clear bag of apple rings out of the plastic bag on top of the ice chest and ripped it open. He crossed his legs in his seat and popped one into his mouth, chewing the gummy candy steadily. He mulled over his words, licking sugar from his fingers. I did whatever I wanted. My father owned a club, and my sisters and I used to sneak in. What kind of club? A tennis club. No, Orion chuckled. Ah. A BDSM club. He ate another gummy candy, pressing his lips into a smile as he chewed. Oh, you're into BDSM? Yes. I'm into exploring more of it. Ajax rumbled again. So when did you get married, exactly? It's complicated. Orion studied the slight bulge in Ajax's lap. How? Well, did you know there are some states in the U.S. where there's no minimum age for marriage as long as there is parental consent? What are you saying? I'm saying as long as my parents agreed to it, I could have been married at any age. Doesn't it look kind of weird for an old man to be marrying a boy? Doesn't it look kind of weird for an old man to be marrying a girl? Yeah, but what? I got married at 17, and I was married until you killed my husband last year. You're telling me your father and mother gave consent on the marriage? Yes. The fuck why? Does it matter? He was raping me before then anyway. Okay, why didn't you say you didn't want it? Isn't there some sort of judge who asks you what you want? Orion bit into an apple ring. It was the better of two bad options. At least married, if the guy died, I'd get everything. You ever think about killing him yourself? All the time. See, can we stop? I need to stretch my legs. Ajax glanced from the road to Orion, meeting his eyes with a curt nod. Yeah. We can stop. It was 30 miles to the next rest area, and they traveled in silence. Orion consumed himself with his thoughts, cursing himself for revealing so much of his past. The raw wounds of his memories tore open again, triggered by the nature of their conversation. Orion stamped them down again. He scratched the bare skin above his knees, marking it with raised angry welts. When they reached the rest area, Ajax veered off the road, parking the silver hatchback spaces away from a red pickup truck, the only other vehicle in the parking lot. Ajax unbuckled his seatbelt and looked at Orion. Orion dug his fingers into his palm. Talk to me. About what's making you hurt yourself. Orion tugged the frayed hem of his shorts down, but it didn't cover the marks. Oh. I didn't realize. Yeah. Speak. Orion scratched the back of his head. All of it is in the past now. I don't know why you brought it up. It may be in the past, but it affects what we do now. It affects how you respond to me, and it puts things in perspective. How? You don't say no, and you have a hard time saying yes too, except you're overly sexual sometimes. Okay. Orion's tongue rolled around his mouth as he fixed his gaze forward. I mean, you will express you want something, but it's never a clear yes. Except our first time. Our first time was a clear yes, and damn, it was so sexy. Ajax paused, shoulders slumping in a sigh. You know you don't have to seduce me, right? I already want you. All the time. You don't have to spin stories or alter the truth to make yourself sexier. I know. Do you? I hear what you're saying. I know you hear me. I'm asking you if you understand what I'm saying. Look at me. Orion flinched, eyes closing as he tilted his head back and to the side. His skull rested in a bed of thick platinum blonde waves. What? He focused his gaze on the bridge of Ajax's nose, the space between his thick eyebrows. Look. At. Me. The other man rumbled. Orion's gaze shifted and he met Ajax's dark eyes. Once cavernous black holes were polished black opals, reflecting swirls of vibrant emotions. Right now, they were soft with adoration. Orion recognized it. It was the same gaze Trav gave Rain when he was confident her attention was elsewhere. Jake stole love-cushioned glances at Cicely when she moved behind the bar counter. Oh. Orion swallowed. I love you. You don't have to impress me. Now are we sitting here forever? I thought Boogie needed our immediate attention. He does. I need a minute. Orion stammered. His eyes widened. All right. Orion opened the passenger door and struggled with his seatbelt before he stumbled to weak legs, gripping the door for purchase. Blood rushed from his pounding heart to his legs, spreading needles through him. He took infantile steps forward, following the sidewalk to the bathroom. Alone inside, he followed the tiled wall to the left and to the left again, before it opened on a room with two doored stalls and a row of urinals lining the wall. The urinals had once been porcelain white, but they had yellowed to a dirty shade of vanilla. He pissed, washed his hands, stalled in front of the dingy mirror, and followed the winding path out of the bathroom, squinting as the sunlight hit his face. Ajax leaned against the side of the vehicle with folded arms, glancing up as Orion approached. You good? Yes. Are the bathrooms clean? Orion glanced off to the side. For you, yes. What's that mean? It means the bathrooms are kind of gross, but you probably won't notice. Are you going to piss or not? Ajax smirked, grabbing Orion by the middle and yanking him close. Orion squealed. Hi. He melted against Ajax. His body was starved for touch. Hello. Ajax kissed the tip of his nose. Feeling better? Not really. Fair. I don't like bringing up the past. It happened, it's in the past, and we don't have to talk about it. If it affects the present, then it has to be discussed. Really? Okay then. What in your past has made you an asshole? My job. Ajax kissed Orion's temple and slipped away from him. Orion waited by the vehicle as Ajax disappeared inside the rest area bathroom. He returned 2 minutes later, and they merged back onto the highway. A blanket of silence enveloped them. Orion consumed himself in his thoughts while Ajax turned on the radio and hummed to the latest hit songs. Orion appreciated the arrangement and leaned his seat back for a nap as the day wore on. He slept the afternoon away until the vehicle slowed and he opened his eyes. He rubbed them, blocking the glaring sunlight with his fingers. What's happening? We're stopping. I'm tired and you're tired, so I'm getting a hotel for the night. Ajax announced. We can push through tomorrow and get to Ricky's late tomorrow night. Yes, but what about the dog? What about him? Today could be the difference between him living or dying. Ajax parked the vehicle in front of a small highway hotel. In the evening light, the hotel was quaint and dull. Rusted bricks blended with the sunset sky. If Booger dies before we get to him, then there was nothing we could have done. Orion wrung his fingers, squeezing them together and twisting them, presenting pale palms to the sky. I hope he's okay. You'll make yourself sick worrying about him. I'll be right back. They checked into a queen bedroom, and Ajax collapsed into the bed after he brought in their supplies. Orion laid awake, staring at the silent pictures on an old television until sleep dragged his eyes closed. Ajax drove the majority of the way to Ricky's place. He drove through the barren Midwestern land, through tornado alleys and through mountainous terrain. The route was etched in his veins, and he was on autopilot as he drove. Orion alternated between restless sleep and worrying. He worried over the dog and over Ricky's mysterious family until he exhausted himself and tucked his arms in his oversized shirt, nestling his lean body into the door and closing his eyes. They reached Ricky's place in the innocent hours of the morning, when the world was pitch black around them and even the nocturnal animals had burrowed in their nests for sleep. The crunch of tires on unpaved land pierced the still air as Ajax followed a rough trail to Ricky's home, parking in the empty driveway and turning off the vehicle. "We're here," Ajax murmured. No barking greeted them. His calloused heart ached, and a familiar swell of sadness brewed inside him. "I'm nervous. I can't see him if he's dead." Orion covered his mouth and pressed himself into his seat. "I knew it. He's dead. We're too late. Jay. The old dog is probably asleep. Stay in here. Lock the doors when I get out, all right? Do you think people are out here?" Orion's worried green eyes widened. "I don't know." Ajax cupped his face, kissing the tip of his nose. "I'll be right back." He opened the door to the vehicle and stepped onto moist ground, jogging up steps to the front door. He opened the screen door and reared back, kicking the front door. It groaned, and he kicked it again. The second time it swung open. He flicked the lights on and peered around. Ricky's painfully clean space had been rummaged through. Every item in Ricky's living room had been moved. The rug once covering the floor had been torn and tossed over his shredded wingback chair. A growl grew in Ajax's throat as he stepped over the splints of a broken side table and moved into the kitchen. "Booger?" He softened his voice. "Where are ya, buddy?" Ajax stepped out of the kitchen and ascended the stairs. He glanced into his room first. It had been ransacked similar to the living room. Old clothes littered the overturned bed. His shoebox of pictures had been scattered across the floor. His private memoirs violated. He closed the door and continued down the hall. "Boogie?" He cooed, passing an open bathroom door on his way to Ricky's bedroom, the last door on the hallway. It was locked, and he kicked it open. His eyes landed on a bony creature perched on the edge of a tousled bed. The dog's ears lifted, and a tremble rattled his body. "Booger." The dog's tail wagged, spreading the sheets away from frayed paws. "Come here, man." Ajax patted his leg and stepped out of the room. The dog jumped from the bed, and the metal tags on his loose dog collar jingled. Tired muscles flexed over protruding bones, and Booger wiggled as he trotted up to Ajax. His nails slid over the floor as his back end swayed back and forth with the force of his wagging tail. Ajax traveled back to the kitchen and opened cabinet after cabinet until he found a rejected can of beans and a dented can of carrots. He stabbed it open with his pocket knife and poured it on the kitchen floor. Booger inched toward the food, sniffing it before lapping at it, scooping the beans onto his tongue with a snuffle. Ajax chuckled, crouching beside him, petting under his chin. Booger recoiled. "Ah shit, Boogs." Ajax touched the dog's prominent temple, smoothing over his snout and tapping his black nose. "Missed you, dude? I got Orion in the car." Ajax smiled. Booger's ears lifted again, and he ducked his head. White crescent moons cradled the dog's dark eyes. He licked Ajax's palm, leaving a trail of bean juice and bubbly saliva. "Yeah, I love you too. Eat, I'll go get Orion." He patted the dog's shoulder and left the kitchen. Booger whimpered and trotted after him. His wet nose bumped Ajax's calf, and Ajax turned around. "What?" "I'm going outside, I don't, you know what?" "Fine. Let's go." Booger swayed his tail and followed Ajax down the steps and back to the vehicle. "You found him." Orion cried and jumped from the hatchback as soon as Ajax hit the last concrete step. "I said something about staying in the car." Orion ran toward the pair, jumping into Ajax's arms and then hugging Booger around the neck. The dog startled, resting his weight on splayed back legs. You're worrying too much. Oh my God, he's skin and bones. What happened? Don't know. The inside is trashed, but there were no signs of a break-in. Are you saying someone knew where Ricky lived? And had access? Orion bit the inside of his cheek. What if Brody gave them access? Brody knew where Ricky lived, right? I don't know. Let's go inside. I found a can of beans for Boogie. Tomorrow I can go to town and get some groceries. What are we going to do about the place? Clean it up, change the locks. We'll remove anything of importance, but who knows what he had here. He probably had most of his things on his computer. Did you see his computer anywhere? Didn't look. Was focused on the dog. The trio walked back into the house, with Ajax leading Orion and Booger into the kitchen. The dog resumed eating while Orion surveyed the mess before fixing his gaze on the skittish dog. He looks terrible. And he's scared. Do you think whoever came and trashed the place hurt him? Maybe. Ajax curled Orion's hair behind his ear and wrapped his arms around his torso, squeezing him. I'd feel better if we found a hotel instead of staying here. It's 4 hours until morning. I'm sure we'll be fine. We might, but Boogie's starving and terrified. I think he needs to get away from here with us to know he's really safe. And I don't want to leave you here alone tomorrow when I get supplies. Jay, are you serious? I will be fine. You're officially overreacting now. I am better with a sniper rifle than you are, and you're concerned about my safety? Yeah, I'm concerned about your safety. And you're not. So the old targets at Ellis Place are inaccurate? Orion quirked his eyebrows, twisting in Ajax's arms and sliding his hands up to his shoulders. I mean, you're good when the conditions are perfect, but these won't be perfect conditions. Jay, I understand you're worried, but I don't think anything will happen in broad daylight. The fire happened in broad daylight. Orion stared at Ajax. Ajax lifted his eyebrows. What? We'll do the hotel tonight, and tomorrow you will bring me and Boogie here before you go do your errands. We'll be fine. I have the attack dog. Orion patted Booger's hunched shoulders. Let me look around real quick before we go. Sure. Orion squeezed Ajax's shoulders and left the kitchen. Booger lapped the tile floor until his own saliva replaced every bit of bean juice. Then he leaned against Ajax's legs, licking his nose and his jaws. Ajax grabbed the can of sliced carrots from the mess and fed it to Booger as well. He drained the juice and offered him the bright orange discs one by one until Booger had devoured the can and his tail wagged in circles. Almost back to normal, he encouraged, lifting the dog's chin and planting a kiss on his black nose. Orion returned with a laptop under one arm and a portable file case under the other. Ready. I may be able to access the laptop, but possibly not. Trav and Ricky told me the device auto-erases itself after 5 failed login attempts. Here's to hoping the idiots who trashed the place didn't try to hack into here. And Rain told me to look for anything with Ricky's aliases on them. If we can figure out which alias he used with his family, we can find them. You're doing it tonight? I slept most of the day since you insisted on driving, so I'm not sleepy, and you're probably going to sleep late. Are we going? Yeah. He patted his leg. Come on, Boogs. All 3 of them piled into the hatchback. Ajax and Orion sat in the front seats, and Booger stretched across the back seat, sighing as he flopped his head down on the gray fabric. The dogs slept as they drove an hour to the nearest town, stopping at the first hotel off the highway. Once they had paid for the room and were inside, Ajax kicked his boots off and collapsed into the bed. Booger jumped in after him, flopping down over Ajax's feet on the edge of the bed. Do you want dinner? Orion rested the laptop and file case on the table. No. Ajax yawned and closed his eyes. When he opened them again, Orion was behind him and Booger was in front of him. Both of them were asleep, and both of them were snoring. The dog snored louder. Ajax groaned and untangled himself from paws and limbs, climbing out of the bed and moving into the bathroom. He pissed and showered, returning to the main room with a towel wrapped around his waist. Booger and Orion had closed the distance between them. The smaller man had wrapped his slender arms around the dog, and the dog rested his head on the pillow. As Ajax approached the bed, the dog woke, lifting its head from the pillow and turning drooping eyes toward Ajax. He chuffed and lifted his ears. His tail thumped the bed. "I'm not going anywhere." Ajax chuckled, sliding the towel between his legs and up his spine. He rested the towel on his shoulder as he unzipped the duffel bag. Booger chuffed again and crawled to the edge of the bed, dangling his huge paws off the side. He barked, and the low vibrations shook the walls. "Ah!" Orion bolted upright, grabbing Booger around the neck. The dog licked his cheek. "What's happening?" Ajax shook his head, chuckling again. Faint laugh lines creased his cheeks. "Nothing's happening. Boogs wants to play." Orion rubbed his wet cheek and raked his fingers through his hair. "We don't have any toys." "Jay, you have to buy him toys at the store." Orion pet Booger's fine coat, resting his head on the dog's shoulders. "Aha!" Ajax pulled jeans on his form, buttoning them closed before looking over his shoulder at his lover and his dog. His heart swelled and his gaze lingered on them. The moment was golden, and it sprung tears to his eyes. With clenched jaws, he studied the soft edges of Orion's form highlighted by the sun's glow. His pale golden hair complemented the long angles of his face. A shadow of dark hairs dotted his chin, and his green eyes were luminescent, vivid against the muted reds and browns surrounding him. Orion yawned and rubbed his eyes. What? Nothing. Just thinking. About? You. Oh. Orion lifted his shoulders and peered around the room as he inhaled. His bare chest expanded. Ricky's computer erased itself already. I couldn't get into it. Ajax quirked the corner of his lips. Booger jumped off the bed and trotted into the bathroom. He lapped water from the toilet. He returned with wet ears, dripping water on the carpet as he jumped back in bed. Do you want me to get up? No. Okay. Then why are you staring at me? Because you look beautiful right now. Are you high on something? You're being weird. No. I'm not high, babe. Ajax sat down on the table and stretched his hand out. Come here. Orion shuffled in the blankets, casting them aside and crawling out of the bed. His nipples sharpened as his whole body bathed in the chilly air. He crossed the room, standing at Ajax's knees. Yes? Ajax spread his legs apart and dragged Orion closer, combing through his hair. Fingers smoothed the messy tendrils against his head and cupped his face in his hands. He kissed him, tasting salt and peppermint on his lips. Orion moaned and lifted one hand to Ajax's arm, squeezing his wrist. His cock sprang to attention. Ah! Ajax rumbled and reached between them, wrapping his fingers around Orion's length. Orion's thighs trembled and his cheeks filled with color. He looked down at the ground. Sorry. About? Orion bit his bottom lip and looked down at his exposed excitement. The velvet head had already filled with blood, and redness masked his crotch. Don't be sorry. Ajax turned him around, pressing Orion's plush ass into him and wrapping one arm around his torso. His fingers tickled Orion's side as he stroked his cock. Orion leaned into him, cheeks still flushed crimson. His shoulders pressed into Ajax's chest, and his ass pressed into Ajax's lap even as his back arched. Okay. Remember I said I wanted to talk about what we like and dislike later? Yes, Orion breathed. He shuddered against Ajax and rested his hands on Ajax's thighs, fisting the rough fabric. It's later now. His thumb teased the tip of Orion's cock, and Orion sucked his stomach in, opening his legs. Oh. Yes. Orion knit his eyebrows together, watching Ajax touch him. I'm going to tell you what kind of things I like, and you can say yes or no. Yes if you like it to, no if you're not interested. Orion moaned. Yes. Ajax chuckled. Good. He browsed over Orion's satiny skin, nibbling the line of his neck and his bare shoulders. Orion shuddered. I like rough sex. I know, the smaller man murmured, and Ajax rumbled, releasing his cock. What? Ajax clenched his jaws together, a grin playing on his face as he trailed his fingers up and down Orion's thigh. Orion gasped, J. Oh, I have to reply, yes or no? Yes. Sorry. Yes. His muscles jumped under his skin. Ajax's hand floated back to his cock, gripping the base. I like being in control. Why yes. Orion turned his face away from Ajax as his hips bucked into his hand. His blush traveled down the slope of his neck and across lean deltoids, darkening faint freckles. Ajax squeezed him, sliding his hand along his shaft. He fisted the head of his cock, and Orion's hips jerked. The smaller man humped his hand, and then threw his hips backwards into Ajax's lap. Soft ass cheeks molded around the contour of Ajax's cock, inspiring a groan from his lips. I like when you demand for me to fuck you. Orion whimpered. His hips squirmed. Ajax's hand recoiled and rested on his hip again. What is it? Ha. Orion dropped his head back on Ajax's shoulder. He swallowed, and his Adam's apple danced in his throat as he closed his eyes. Okay. If you want to be in control, doesn't it mean you control when we do it? No. Just because I like being in control, don't mean I always have to be in control. Sometimes we can have sex, you know. Like we have been. Alright? What? Is it enough? When we have sex? Orion asked. Yeah, it's plenty enough. Why wouldn't it be? I don't know. If you like kinky stuff, wouldn't you want to do it all the time? Nah. Unless you want to? Do you want to do it all the time? Orion chewed his bottom lip, soaking it in moisture. It slipped free from his teeth, shining with saliva and bruised from torture. No, I don't think so. All right then. We agree. Orion nodded. Touch me some more. Ajax kissed his temple. Always. He hooked Orion's cock, stroking until pre-cum wet his palm, and Orion writhed against him. The scent of Orion's arousal filled his nose, and he grew more excited. He ground his hips into Orion's ass. Orion's breath grew ragged, and moans passed his lips one after another. Do you have more interests? He curled his toes in the carpet. Yeah. Ajax groaned. He worked his hips against Orion, straining against the front of his jeans and clutching him tighter. Fingers clawed Orion's sides. What are they? When I leave bruises on your skin, Ajax growled. Thick eyebrows scrunched together in the center of his forehead as he peered at Orion's cock over his shoulder, watching Orion thrust into his closed fist. Yes, Orion whispered. His breath tickled Ajax's stubbled chin. Ajax nibbled his shoulder as pleasure zinged up his spine. His cock pulsed and Ajax fought a losing battle against his leashed arousal. Watching. I like watching. Yes. His breath touched Ajax's skin again. Ajax glimpsed a smile on Orion's lips. Hey. Watching you under me and right now. Watching me fuck your hand. Orion glanced at Ajax. Yeah. Orion nodded. I'm close. His hips slowed their rhythm, and his cock pulsed in Ajax's massaging grip. Damn, Ajax moaned, see, conversation's not over. Ah. Orion shifted his position, lifting himself on shaky legs and sitting back in Ajax's lap. Ajax released his cock, moving both hands up his body and teasing his perked nipples. His first finger flicked over them, before they circled brown areolas. I like sucking you off. Oh yes. A wavering moan left Orion's lips. Fuck please. His cock pulsed again. I like it when you ask. He pinched Orion's nipples. Okay. I'm asking now. Orion's chest pinkened with the light torture, and his back curved. His cock pointed to the sky, and he rolled his hips into the air. Please? Still talking. He bit Orion's shoulder, piercing his skin with his teeth. Fuck me. No. Please. I want you, please. Ajax shook his head. His hands left Orion's sharp nipples, walking down the planes of his body. He pressed his thumbs into Orion's prominent hips. I like this. Ha. Orion's whole body rippled at Ajax's touch. He leaned into it as his fingers traveled. Goosebumps followed his rough groping. Ajax passed over his throbbing cock and parted his thighs, slipping one hand between them and brushing his entrance. Jay, fuck please. Desperation colored Orion's voice as he ground himself along Ajax's forearm. Yeah. He brushed his fingers over Orion's puckered entrance again, circling his sensitive skin and trapping the smaller man against him. Orion danced between the confines of Ajax's body, rolling his hips against his forearm and then grinding his soft skin against his rough jeans. Oh, okay. Ah. Orion's cheeks flamed as he sought his own release, falling into a rhythm and working himself over the edge. He painted Ajax's arm with white marbled cum, icing against his dusky skin. Orion gripped Ajax's thighs and his corded muscles flexed, standing out in sharp relief. Oh, fuck. He humped Ajax's arm, dragging his sensitive cock and his tight balls over him, and his back pressed into Ajax's chest. Ajax groaned as he watched, whimpering as his own cock wept into his jeans. Sexy, he snarled, teasing Orion's entrance until the smaller man's orgasm ran its course. Orion slumped into Ajax, legs quaking. Oh. Ah. Orion panted. I can suck you off. I bet you can, but... Ajax pulled his arm away and licked up his forearm, rumbling at the salty taste of Orion's cum on his tongue. I'm good. Oh my God. Orion's eyes widened. His cock twitched. You should shower and get dressed. You don't want anything? Orion twisted in Ajax's arms, crossing his legs and propping himself on his thigh. One hand slithered up Ajax's chest, trapping his nipple between his fingers. Ajax shuddered. Nah. I'm good. He rubbed Orion's back. Shower. I'm going to take Boogie outside before he pisses on the floor, or something. Orion chewed the inside of his cheek. You're sure? Green eyes flicked down at Ajax's cock, still pressing against the zipper of his jeans. Yeah. 100%. Can I touch it? Later you can touch it as much as you want. Ah. If I beg? No, we have stuff to do. He kissed Orion's forehead and grabbed his discarded towel, swiping it over his arm before tossing it aside. Boogs. He patted the dog's thigh. The dog jumped awake from stretched over the bed. Come on. Arousal clung to his voice as he adjusted himself and tucked the keycard into his pocket. He clipped an old leather leash on Booger's collar and opened the hotel room door. He stepped into the mid-morning light with the dog at his heels. The leash trailed alongside them as Booger trotted ahead. He selected the nearest green space and lifted his leg, twisting his neck and watching Ajax the whole time. Yeah, I see you. The dog sniffed around and pooped too. Good boy. Ajax returned Booger to the hotel room and ventured to the lobby, piling 2 plates high with complimentary breakfast foods. He tucked apples and bananas in the crook of one arm and hooked his fingers around bottled water. He and Booger ate while Orion showered and dressed. Booger ate a peeled banana and a whole apple, and Ajax ate hastily prepared pancakes, dry cereal, and a blueberry muffin. His stomach rumbled for more, so he ate a second blueberry muffin, passing a quarter of it to the drooling dog at his feet. After eating, Booger groomed his paws and melted into the floor. Orion emerged from the bathroom, completely dressed with his hair in a half bun at the top of his head. Shorter curls licked his neck and brushed his shoulders. Okay. So the plan for the day is for you to drop me and Boogie off at Ricky's place and go into town for more supplies as I clean up? Yeah. Are we sleeping at Ricky's tonight? He collected their dirty clothes and the hotel towels, stuffed them in a plastic bag, and shoved the whole bundle into the duffel bag on top of their clean clothes. He packed away their toiletries and zipped the duffel bag closed. "If you want. I got food." "I see. I'll eat on the way. By the time we get back to Ricky's, it'll be close to noon. We're behind." "Behind as compared to what?" "Behind as compared to getting the place cleaned up and secured. We still have to get back to finish rebuilding the shelter and plan Rain and Trav's wedding. We have at least 2 months before the wedding. Less than 2 months, and judging by the state of Ricky's place, we'll be here for at least a week or two. I'll help you plan the wedding." Orion blinked, drumming his fingers over his lips. "Sure," Orion scoffed. "Okay, honey. Grab the bags. I'll be in the car." He shoved his feet in his steel-toed boots, grabbed his plate, and walked out the door. Ajax looked at Booger. "You need to learn how to carry stuff." The dog wagged his tail from his melted position on the floor while Ajax shouldered the duffel bag. Ajax left the key cards on the counter inside the hotel room door and tossed the duffel bag in the back seat with Booger. They returned to Ricky's place, and Ajax followed Orion around the property as Orion wrote 2 lists of necessities. He wrote 1 list for the grocery store and another for the hardware store. An hour later, Ajax jumped back in the hatchback with a 2-page folded list in his back pocket. Booger and Orion waved to him from the porch. He drove past the hotel on his way to the nearest town, driving another 30 minutes before he reached the locally owned grocery store. He browsed the aisles with a rickety cart, throwing in a medium-sized bag of dry dog food, several cans of wet dog food, 2 bowls, treats, and 2 bags of smoked bones. He marked those items off the list and scowled. He tossed a stuffed lamb, a rubber ball, a bottle of dog soap, a bottle of dog conditioner, and a bottle of dog cologne into the cart as well. "Do we have enough shit for the damn dog?" he muttered, turning the list over after marking off several more items. "Bed? Jacket? I'm not getting him this shit going into summer." Ajax marked off several more items, shaking his head, and continued to the other aisles. His cart overflowed with dog supplies, foodstuffs, and housewares by the time he finished Orion's initial list. He wheeled the wobbling cart to the front of the store and unloaded the groceries on the counter. "Hey there," the gray-haired cashier greeted him. Ajax grunted in response. "Did you find everything all right?" She smiled. "Yeah," Ajax grunted again. "Did you get a new puppy?" "It's definitely puppy season. My old Australian Shepherd just dropped a litter of puppies a few days ago. They got homes all lined up, but handling puppies is a doozy." Ajax squinted at the groceries, twisting a box of wipes around as he read the fine print. "Adopted a dog. Aw. How old is he? Where do you get him from? Ya live round here?" Ajax licked his lips, ignoring the follow-up questions. He fixed his gaze on the cans of beans rolling across the groaning conveyor belt. The paper labels peeled at the corners, tearing more with each rotation until they bumped the edge of the counter and piled on each other. "Okay." The woman's smile faltered. Ajax tore his eyes away from the cans and looked into the woman's face with sealed lips. "Well, your total comes to $237.28. Ajax handed her $240 in $20 bills and bagged his groceries as she tapped on the cash register. She placed $2 and a collection of coins in his palm, and he wheeled the cart from the grocery store, loading the bags into the rear of the hatchback. He discarded the first list on the passenger seat. He drove to the local hardware store for the second list. While the grocery store had been barren of shoppers, the aisles of the hardware store were full of locals and their family members. Unaccompanied by parents, children ran up and down the aisles squealing and laughing. Ajax grabbed a basket and hooked it on his arm. He walked each aisle as he added items to the basket. He selected a new deadbolt lock, a new basic lock, and a simple pack of tools along with heavy-duty cleaning products and smaller accessories. The arms of the basket roughened Ajax's skin as he stood in line behind a woman clutching a fine-haired toddler. She placed her items on the counter. "Benny, stay right here, please." The frazzled woman patted her leg and reached her hand down for the toddler's hand. "No," the boy shouted and turned away, clutching a toy hammer in his pink fingers. He stumbled backwards with his momentum, and dopey blue eyes looked up at Ajax. "Hi. I'm Benny." Ajax tilted his head, peering down at the boy with a frown on his face. The mother offered a high-pitched chuckle. "I'm so sorry." She pinched the boy's arm. "Benny," she hissed. "It's fine." Ajax studied the sandy-haired boy. "I'm Jackson." "You're sad, Mr. Jackson." "I'm really sorry, sir," the woman said again, sighing. "Benny?" "Your total is $13.59, the cashier added her youthful voice to the mix, eyes focused on the pear-shaped woman. "Right? Okay. Benny, just shush. Don't bother him." She dug into her handbag for her wallet and brushed her own blonde hair from in her face. "Okay. You said $13.95. $13.59, ma'am." When mommy is sad, daddy brings her a gift and she smiles. He looked around, then held his red and yellow hammer out to Ajax. "Here's a gift so you smile." "Benny?" "He doesn't want your plastic toy. It's not a gift." The woman reached for the hammer, and Benny yanked it away from her. "He has to take my gift so he won't be sad." Ajax's eyes darted from the boy to his mother and then to the nervous cashier, pausing when he glimpsed the cashier. His eyelashes fluttered. He recognized the rich brown eyes and the cascade of dark, almost black hair. Ajax tilted his head. I'll take the gift," he stammered, looking down at the boy again. He took the plastic hammer and forced a smile onto his face. "Thank you, Benny." "Why, you really don't have to take it," the woman insisted. "It's a nice gift." Benny beamed. "See? He's smiling now. My gift made him happy." "Ma'am? I'm sorry, but—" "Oh my goodness, right." She handed the girl a $20 bill. "You can keep the change." She snatched up a bagged extension cord and a handful of clear plastic outlet plug covers. "It's a hammer." Benny pointed at the toy in Ajax's arms. "You hammer with it." "Right. I'll do lots of hammering." Ajax nodded. "Come on, Benny." Exasperated, the woman scooped the toddler into her arms and rushed from the hardware store, fumbling with the plastic bag and her purse. Ajax tucked the plastic hammer under his arm as he placed his basket on the checkout counter. "Hey," he muttered, squinting down at his basket and unloading the items. "Hi. I can put your gift in a bag for you." The girl chuckled, and Ajax looked up again. "Oh yeah, sure." He handed it to her and studied her features. With her square face, hooded brown eyes and bone-straight hair, she was a younger female copy of Ricky. Ajax cleared his throat, studying her youthful features. The girl busied herself with the contents of his basket as her cheeks reddened. "Is there something wrong, sir?" Ajax cleared his throat again. "Shit, no. Sorry. You look like someone I knew." She giggled, and her cheeks darkened even more. "Probably not. You're not from here, are you?" "I've never left this town." Her fingers danced over the keys as she typed in the codes to each item. "Yeah." Ajax's features hardened, and he looked at her name tag. "Valeria. Interesting name." "Yeah, my mom says my father named me when I popped out of her and had his lips and nose and eyes. The joke is, I'm a spitting image of him. Cut off his leg like Zeus and I'd grow from it." "Like Zeus," Ajax repeated. $73.36 is your total. How are you paying?" "Cash." Ajax handed her the exact total, picking through the change in his pocket and placing it on top of crisp dollar bills. She stuffed the receipt in the last bag and handed it to him. "Thanks. I hope you enjoy your stay here." "Yeah. Thanks." He exited the hardware store with his bags and raced up the highway to Ricky's place. He shaved 10 minutes off the trip and leapt out of the hatchback, racing up the stairs and into the house. Booger greeted him with a light bark and a circling tail. Orion poked his head out of the kitchen. "Jay? I found his family. I found his alias. He goes by Chuck." The corner of Orion's lips curved down, suppressing a grin. His daughter's name is Valeria, and she works at the hardware store. She looks just like him, and she was vague about her father. You asked her about her father? No, she kind of threw it out there. She's a talker. Ajax waved his hand. How did she throw it out there? Something about Zeus and his leg. Let me get the car unloaded. You mean Dionysus, who was born from Zeus' thigh after his mother's death? Yeah, sure. Ajax shrugged his shoulders up to his neck and quirked an eyebrow. Shit sounds fucked up. It's mythology. Zeus was a lot. He would transform himself into different things to bed the person he was after. He was essentially infamous for his affairs. Ajax stared at Orion. Okay. I'm getting the groceries. He walked outside. Booger followed him up and down the stairs as he brought in the purchased goods, setting the groceries in the kitchen and the items from the hardware store in the living room. Orion opened the bag of dog food and poured food in Booger's new stainless steel bowl after rinsing it in the sink. Ajax carried the last of the bags up the stairs by himself, and he kicked the front door closed, collapsing into Ricky's wingback chair and resting his feet on the shattered coffee table as Orion unpacked the supplies. Hey Jay? Orion twirled the plastic hammer in his hands. Yeah? Where did you buy this? Is it for Boogie? Oh. Shit no. This kid gave it to me. He said I was sad and wanted to cheer me up. Orion held the hammer in his hand, eyeballing it. And you took it? I mean, he gave it to me. Right, and you didn't make him cry? No. I took it because he was freaking out. Thought it was easier to take the stupid hammer instead of make a huge scene. You like children? No. Orion smiled. But you took the hammer. Did you smile too? Maybe. So you like children? I didn't want him to start crying. Ajax snatched the hammer from Orion. Stop smiling. Orion giggled. I'm sorry. I didn't expect you to like children. I'm happy is all. What? You want kids one day? I mean, maybe. I didn't realize having kids was an option. If we settled down somewhere, we could have kids. You, Ajax pointed at Orion making a gun shape with his fingers, could get pregnant. No Jay. I can't get pregnant. I don't have a vagina, a uterus, or anything else required to make babies. Oh. Ajax bit his bottom lip, bunching his eyebrows together with a grin. You know I can't get pregnant, ass. Yeah, but it won't stop me from seeding your ass. Orion's eyes widened, and he threw one of Booger's new braided rope toys at Ajax. Gross. First of all, you're seeding a condom until we both have a clean bill of health. Second of all, never say seeding again. Ajax grinned. We can get tested when we get back to Ella's place, if you want. There's a discount clinic in town. Oh? You want me to ride you bareback? Orion lifted his chin and crossed the room, slithering into Ajax's lap. He straddled him, rolling his hips into his body. Ajax smirked, hands on Orion's hip. What's Ricky's alias? Orion slouched, draping his arms over Ajax's shoulders. Chuck. Chuck Weatherby. Did you find out anything else? Orion rubbed his hands down Ajax's chest, teasing his nipples through his shirt. Nothing concrete, but I have some purchase receipts. From what I can understand, he purchased a house with his wife under his alias, but then completely paid off the bank loan with cash. Okay? He has a second home somewhere. I know, but why does it matter? Orion shrugged. I guess it doesn't, but I wonder if his wife even knows it's paid off. Wouldn't it be romantic if he paid it off, but she's been paying into a savings account for however many years? I guess. Okay, well. I think it's romantic. Noted. Are you hungry? Yes, but I haven't cleaned the kitchen yet. I spent most of my time looking for information and thinking. Thinking about. Ajax stood with Orion in his arms. He hooked one arm under Orion's knees and carried him to the kitchen. He cleared a spot on the cluttered counter for the smaller man. Thinking about who would come to Ricky's place, trash it and then leave. Orion slipped his hands under his thighs and sat on his fingers while Ajax cleaned more of the counter space and turned on the stovetop. It means someone knew he was here. It means someone may know where all of our hideaways are. Worried eyes hazarded a glance at Ajax. Yeah. You're right. Since nothing was stolen, it's like they wanted us to know. I know we're rebuilding the shelter, and I know I said we shouldn't go after who did it, but I think we should. What do you mean? I mean, the fire wasn't an accident, and I think the person who started the fire also came up here and trashed Ricky's place. Aren't you afraid of more retaliation? I am, but I thought you didn't want us to strike back. You were the one who wanted me to talk to Brody and make amends, right? Yes, but if we go after the person who did this, it'll breed more violence, unless you see another way? I don't, but. So, of course I want to go after the motherfucker who burned down the shelter, but I thought you wouldn't. It's different. You started it with Brody. You beat him up because he looked at you wrong, and then things escalated from there. You didn't start this. Ajax opened a can of white beans and poured them in an old heavy cast iron pot. I didn't start it with Brody either. I know you didn't originally start it, but this last instance, you started it. I didn't. Ajax clenched his jaws and cut open a package of ham cubes, pouring them into the pot as well. He was running his damn mouth about you, so I shut him up. Okay. Orion pressed his fingers to his temples. Okay. My point is the fire wasn't directly because of something you did. You're right. Orion relaxed, exhaling a sigh. Maybe it was something you did. The smaller man straightened up again, eyes flying wide. What? You killed Brody. Maybe Trav was right, and Brody had some assassin group somewhere. Maybe this is their retaliation for killing him. Maybe. He wilted. Ajax opened Ricky's spice cabinet and fished oregano, basil, parsley, and garlic powder out of the shelves. He sprinkled each into the ham and bean mixture and deposited the glass containers on the table. Yeah, maybe. You want to talk about what happened the night Brody died? No. I think you should. First kills change people. I haven't changed. You have. Some parts of your change I like. Ajax stirred the meal and scooped the seasoned broth onto a spoon. Some parts scare me. He cooled it and brought it to his lips, slurping the liquid off the spoon. I scare you? You're the assassin. You're the one who left my husband dead on a floor. You would have killed me too, huh? Why didn't you, again? I've never been clear on why you valued my life over his. Yeah, you scare me. The kill stole the last of your innocence, and I see a hardness in your eyes I didn't see before. And? You have to be hard to survive around here, even Ricky said it. Tell me why you didn't kill me. Ajax stirred the soup. Ajax, Axel, Jax, J, AJ, whatever you want to be called. Tell me why you didn't kill me right now. When the soup bubbled, Ajax turned off the stove and retrieved paper bowls from the stock counter, spooning a hefty serving into each bowl. Because I remember you. Remember me from what? You never met me before. Ajax wet his lips, fitting a plastic spoon in the corner of Orion's bowl and presenting it to him. He dragged his eyes up to Orion's face. I've met you, Joe. Orion clutched the bowl to his body and peered up at Ajax. What? We did a job at your father's club, Chris and I, years ago. Chris said all the Cromwell kids looked the same with green eyes and dark hair. I put the pieces together when he called me last year about the job, and I took it because I was angry. You wanted to kill me? It seemed like my loved ones always got tied up with your family. Dee worked for him all the time, and the night I met you, Brody was roped into it as well. Ajax shook his head. I don't know. You don't know? Orion's features distorted. Yeah, I don't know. When I took the job, Tony mentioned Nikolai and his husband. When I did my research, Ajax's words trailed off and he chewed his bottom lip, swallowing around the tight knot in his throat. I wasn't sure it was you at first, but I still kind of wanted to kill you. Then I couldn't. Why didn't you tell me all this months ago? Or, I don't know, even 2 days ago when I was telling you all about my life and you acted like you had no idea what kind of club my father had. Ajax shrugged. I don't know. I thought me already knowing you would make it worse. I mean, you weren't the same. Joe was full of life, charming and proud. Do you remember the night I'm talking about? Yes. Orion stirred his food. You're not the same either. Okay. Orion discarded his food. I don't remember the stupid names we used, but I remember how sweet and shy you were. I remember how much of a force Chris was. He sent chills down my spine, and I wasn't sure how someone like you got mixed in with someone like him. Yeah, well. The guy they first met as Joe had sweet brown eyes, and I don't know what all has happened between then and now, but most of the time your eyes are ice cold. Okay. The thing is, I've told you everything. I mean, not all the details, but I've told you everything. Orion scooted to the edge of the counter and touched the edges of Ajax's shirt, lifting it and exposing his chest. These scars weren't here years ago. All you've told me is a little about Chris and Dee and your past lovers. Ajax set his bowl down with a soft rumble. Okay. Orion traced the healed scars, cold fingers massaging sensitive skin. Old pain shot through him, tearing sinewy muscles from bone. I want to know the story behind each one of these. You don't. Jay, Orion's hands cradled Ajax's face. I do. Ajax closed his eyes as he absorbed Orion's request. He nodded, but his mouth went dry and his heart accelerated, slamming against its protective cage. Where do we go from here? Orion kissed the corner of Ajax's lips. We eat and finish cleaning up. I can get the number to the hardware store, and we can see when Valeria works again. They probably won't tell you. Orion rolled his eyes. They won't tell you. They'll tell me. Sure. Ajax picked up Orion's bowl and handed it to him again. Eat, you were hungry before. Thanks. Orion accepted the bowl a second time, resting it on his thighs. Hey Jay? Yeah? I like this person better than the person I met years ago. Why? Because you've lived, had experiences, and you're still sweet. A little rough around the edges, but I like it. Well, good, since this is the person you got. Valeria didn't work again until the following Friday, giving the two men a week for cleaning and lounging around Ricky's estate. By the time Friday arrived, they had completed all the tasks they planned. While Ajax focused on the exterior of the house, Orion focused on the inside. He went room by room, throwing away trash and returning the furniture to its original location. They slept in the living room on blow-up mattress and a mass of blankets at Ajax's request. Booger slept on the couch, but all three of them faced the entrance. Orion had grown tired of beans and meat mixtures, despite Ajax's vast knowledge of spices. He craved something more than salty desperation meals. Friday morning he woke with the sun and started his morning routine. He showered and scraped Ajax's double-edged razor over his legs and torso. With a towel wrapped around his waist, he tiptoed onto the cold kitchen tiles and cracked eggs over a low-sided cast-iron skillet. He added salt, pepper, and a sprinkle of cilantro. The savory scent of scrambled eggs filled the downstairs area, waking Ajax and Booger. Ajax escaped to the bathroom, but Booger joined him in the kitchen, sitting back on his wrinkled haunches and licking his hanging jowls. Orion poured grits into another pot. Good morning, puppy. Orion smiled, and Booger wagged his tail, sweeping it across the floor. Oh, I didn't make any eggs for you. Booger whined, pulling triangle ears forward and framing his face. Well, hang on. Orion grabbed Booger's bowl from the floor, scooped 3 cups of kibble into it, and cracked 3 eggs over it. He crumbled the shell and dropped it in too. He stirred the mixture with his fingers as Booger pranced in circles around his legs. Okay, okay. This is our secret, don't tell Daddy One. Orion crouched as he placed the bowl on the floor. Don't tell Daddy One what? Ajax wandered into the kitchen, black curls framing his mahogany features. You need another haircut. Booger scarfed down his breakfast, cleaning his bowl in minutes. His fat paws slid from under him, and his barrel chest rested on the ground as he crunched the soft eggshells in his jaws. I was going to let it grow. What are you not telling me? Oh, I gave Boogie a secret treat. It's good for him, I promise. You're going to spoil him. Ajax rumbled. Maybe. Orion smiled, washing his hands in the sink before he poked at the scrambled eggs, removing the skillet from the heat. He stirred the grits. Breakfast is ready. All right. Can we go over the plan again? I'm nervous. What's there to go over? You said Boogs and I are sitting in the car while you go inside. Right? I'm thinking maybe you and Boogie should come inside instead, just in case she doesn't believe me. Why wouldn't she believe you? I don't know. I'm a complete stranger telling her I know her father. Yeah, it happens. Why would she believe me more? Because you're scarier. Look. The whole situation is unbelievable, anyway. We have to hope for the best. Ajax kissed the top of Orion's head. Breakfast smells good. He spooned grits into a bowl and topped them with eggs, leaning against the counter as he ate. Orion copied him, portioning out and eating the same amount of food. He scraped the leftover grits into Booger's bowl and washed dishes. The dog nibbled the coagulated porridge as the two men dressed for the day. Orion paced by the door as Ajax locked every room, rechecked the back entrance and set the alarms. You're being overprotective. If they come back, they would be looking for us, not looking to destroy the place again. Exactly. If they came looking for us, I bet they could find enough clues to find out where we are. Hence the added security measures. Orion shook his head. It's pointless to argue, isn't it? Yeah. I'm ready, anyway. Boogs, let's go, bud. The dog scampered in from the kitchen, licking his lips. You feed him again? No. Ajax rumbled as they went to the vehicle. Ajax drove into town and parked outside the hardware store. When he turned off the vehicle, he looked at Orion. Orion stared at the spray-painted hardware sign, tucking his hands between his legs. Nervous, Orion whispered. Okay. He licked his lips and squinted, studying the outline of a curvaceous woman at the front register. Is that her? Ajax glanced over. Looks like it. Orion's anxiety planted seeds and grew in the pit of his stomach. Can we go over the plan again? Nope. Ajax climbed out of the hatchback and opened the door for Booger. The dog jumped out too. His leash clattered on the ground. 5 minutes, Orion begged. Ajax opened the passenger door. Nope. Now. He presented his hand to Orion. The branches of Orion's distress twined around his organs, constricting them. His stomach churned. Ah. Okay. He gripped Ajax's hand and stumbled from the vehicle. Precarious legs carried him to the entrance, with Ajax and Booger flanking his sides. Are dogs allowed inside? Don't know. You ask. Ajax opened the door and ushered Orion inside. The smaller man poked his head in, plastering a smile on his face. Hi. His tenor voice brightened, and he looked at the voluptuous young woman behind the counter. Ricky's warm brown eyes stripped him of his voice. He stammered. Dog. I have a dog. Welcome to Chuck's Hardware, the woman said. Oh? With you now? Why, yes. Can I bring him in? Of course. She smiled. Is he people-friendly? Orion looked at Ajax. Is he? Yeah, he's friendly. Ajax and Booger stepped inside after Orion, and the door closed behind them. The hardware store was quiet, and Orion sighed. Ah. He's a cutie. Can I pet him? Valeria moved from behind the counter. You didn't say it was his hardware store, Orion whispered, glaring at Ajax. Didn't think about it. Ajax moved down the aisles, leaving Orion and Booger with the woman. Orion shook his head, pursing his full lips together as he turned back to Valeria. So? Booger licked Valeria's outstretched fingers, and the woman giggled, patting the dog's head. Hey, can I get some help around here? A familiar, accented voice snarled. The owner of the voice dropped 3 synthetic bristle paintbrushes, 3 feet of metal chain, and lemon window cleaner on the counter. Sure. Valeria raced back to the register. Did you find everything okay? The man grunted, avoiding eye contact with everyone around him. Orion narrowed his eyes. The wheels turned in his brain, processing the voice, the tanned skin, the feathery curls peeking from a black skullcap. Paolo? Orion blinked. The man met Orion's eyes, a sly smirk touching his face. Weird to run into you up this way, bro. He handed Valeria a folded $5 bill and snatched his bag from the counter, saluting Orion as he breezed past him to the exit. When he passed him, Booger growled, and Orion's muscles clenched. He balled his hands into fists, reaching into his pocket and wrapping his fingers around his pocket knife. Valeria skipped back over to them. Are y'all looking for anything specific? I can help you find it. I've been working for this place since I was a child. I learned my numbers by stocking shelves. She giggled. Why, yes, we are actually. We're looking for you, Valeria. Me? Why? Orion laced his fingers together in front of him. Well, I don't know any better way to say this, but we knew your father. Chuck, right? This is his place? She bit her bottom lip until blood rushed to it. Why yes? Well, I knew him, your father. UK knew him? The color drained from the young woman's face. In a good way. I'm calling the police. Her ashen face fixed on Orion. He was my friend. I'll call the police if you don't leave here right now. No, don't call the police. Please. I knew him. Chuck Weatherby, right? Faint British accent. You have a sister. I'm calling them. She ran to the cash register, snatching the telephone handset from the cradle and waving it at Orion. He ran after her, mashing his fingers down on the receiver. Stop. Give me 5 minutes. Please. 5. I know he hasn't been around for weeks. It's unlike him, right? To leave and not ever call and touch bases with you guys? Valeria squeezed the telephone handset, clutching it with both hands. What's your name? Orion, and my partner is Ajax. The woman stared. Her shoulders sagged, and she put the handset down. He's dead, isn't he? How do you figure? She squirmed. I should text my mom. You should. She pulled her cell phone out of her pocket and tapped the screen before looking at Orion again. My dad mentioned you. I mean, not exactly, but he told stories. She chewed her bottom lip. I heard your names, but he made it seem like you were old. Well, Ajax is old. Orion lifted his eyebrows. I mean, like really old. Like as old as he was. Her cell phone beeped and she looked down. My mom's on her way. She says we can close the store early today and talk. Orion nodded. Cool. Are you a truck driver too? No. Orion blinked. It's complicated. Valeria sighed, turning the open sign to the other side and locking the door. Pretty sure y'all are the only ones in here, so yeah. So he owns this place. Yeah, it's our family business. He started it with my mom 20 years ago, before I was born. Oh. How old are you? 18. She sat down on the counter. Orion joined her. Oh, okay. Have you graduated high school? She nodded. I just graduated. Are you planning on going to college? I haven't decided yet. I mean, I want to get out of here and really start my life, but I've never been anywhere. I at least hoped my dad would be around to help me make the decision, but she licked her lips. Sorry. We were close. He called me almost every night when he was out of town. I understand. You don't have to apologize. Ricky was an amazing person. Ricky. Ah. Yeah, Chuck. I knew him as Ricky. Oh. So we were his secret? Did he have any other families he was sneaking around with? Whoa. No. He loved you guys. Us. Me and Ajax and Boogie were the secrets. Do you know what he told me when I found out he had a family? What? He told me if I ever told, he'd respond accordingly. He wasn't a truck driver, he was a… Don't say it. A woman with a mass of curly hair ran from the back of the store. Her ample breasts jiggled along with the necklaces draping her neck. She clutched the necklaces as she neared the pair, chest heaving. Don't say it. Say what, Mama? Valeria hopped off the counter and brushed the spot clean, before spinning around and looking wide-eyed at her mother. Orion jumped off the counter too, cheeks burning. The woman gripped the counter, as her chest expanding with labored breaths. She brushed her curls from in her face. Where is he? Your partner? She looked at Orion. Jay? Oh. In the aisles somewhere. I can go get him for you? No, it's fine. She waved a hand. What did you not want him to say, Mama? Your father. He wasn't a truck driver. He was an assassin. Orion winced. Person for hire. Hush, boy, I'm talking. The older woman scowled, even as a faint smile touched her face. Mama. He's dead. He is, she agreed. You're not upset? I loved him with all my heart, but I knew my time with him was stamped. There's no sense in being crushed over a man who walked into danger, knowing he may not come out. Ajax emerged from the aisles and posted himself at Orion's side. He didn't die on a job, Mrs. Weatherby. He didn't? Oh, call me Marlene. And no, Mrs. Marlene, Orion repeated. Do you want to talk about it now? I was thinking, maybe, over a meal? We could take you somewhere? Oh, there's nowhere good to eat around here. Plus, Jimena will be getting home from school soon, and I like to be there when she gets home. How about you boys come over? Where are you staying, anyway? Hotel, Ajax rumbled. Marlene looked at Ajax, giving him a once-over. My lord. Aren't you a good-looking man? Mama? Valeria's cheeks blazed. What? Dad died and you're hitting on Orion's boyfriend. Valeria shielded her eyes. You're so embarrassing. 15 hours of labor, she clucked her tongue. I think I earned the right to be as embarrassing as I want to be. I'll be in the car. Give me the keys. Valeria stretched her hand out, snatching the keys from her mother. She left the way her mother had come. Marlene waited until the door closed, before she looked at the two men. I don't want my daughters knowing the ins and outs of all this. Marlene's grinning face turned serious. Ajax rubbed Orion's back. I agree. She's young. I want her to go to school and get an education, not run off with a good-looking boy promising an exciting life. Orion looked at Ajax, and then back at the woman. I agree. Chuck. You can call him Ricky. I know Chuck was an alias. It was his least favorite alias too. Marlene relaxed. Okay, good. Orion forced a smile. Well, Ricky didn't die on a job. In fact, since I knew him, he didn't even take any dangerous jobs, but I only knew him for about 8 months. He didn't take many dangerous jobs, Ajax said. Right? Sorry, he died in a fire at the shelter. You know about the shelter? She nodded. The shelter is the reason I fell in love with him. I didn't completely agree with his motives, but I appreciated his heart. He loved the shelter, and he loved you guys. He told me if any one of you ever popped up here, it was because he was dead. Orion nodded. Did he tell you about all of us? He told me about y'all too. She pointed at Orion and at Ajax. And about a young man named Trav. He mentioned a man named Brody who has been causing trouble, but last I heard, he was trying to smooth it out. Orion pressed his side into Ajax. Be Brody. Right. He's dead too. He died before the fire. Has anything weird been happening around here? Weird like what? Weird like strange men coming around. Marlene lifted her eyebrows and looked between them again. Ajax gave a hollow laugh. We're strange men, right? Oh. Orion ducked his head, scrubbing his cheeks. I mean scary men? Ajax laughed again. I know what you mean, and the answer to your question is no. We've been fine, why? Well, Ricky's place in the woods was broken into. We don't know what they were looking for, so you should be on guard. Done. Did he teach you anything? He tried to teach me how to shoot, but I learned guns from my daddy. I know how to keep my girls safe. You don't have to worry about us up here. All right. Good. A relieved smile spread across Orion's face, and he looked at Ajax. Anything else? What are you making for dinner? Marlene laughed. What would you like? I can stop by the store on the way home. Something home-cooked would be nice, but I don't have anything in mind. What about you, sweetie? Marlene looked at Orion. Oh, anything but beans. All right. I can handle those terms and conditions. Do y'all want directions to my place, or do you want to follow me? Directions would be fine. We were going to take some time before heading over. Marlene retrieved a piece of paper and pencil from the cash register, scrawling her address and folding the note before handing it to Orion. I'll see y'all in a few hours. Absolutely. Orion smiled and handed the paper to Ajax, who unfolded it. Ajax's dark eyes browsed the writing before he nodded. Oh, Booger can come too, right? Of course he can. He's part of the family. Now then, let's go and get out of here. You can't leave teenagers alone too long, or they'll find something to get into. She chuckled, patting Orion's shoulder and leading them outside. Orion waved to Valeria and climbed into the passenger side of his silver hatchback, looking at Ajax once the other man climbed in as well. It went better than expected. Yeah. And it's been several weeks. I mean, it doesn't make it less devastating, but I wonder if it's almost comforting to have the confirmation. Can be, I guess. Do you think I should have gotten in touch with them sooner? Should they have been at the funeral? No. Ricky wanted them secret. Even in his death, I want them to stay secret. Orion nodded. Okay. So, how do you want to kill an hour or so? Ajax shrugged. We could take Boogs for a hike? Ajax glanced into the back seat, and Booger thumped his tail on the seat. Ah, puppy approves. Orion chuckled, scratching the dog under the chin. They drove 5 minutes away from the hardware store and traveled along a scenic byway until they veered off the road, parking and getting out. Tourists before them had carved a path in the grass, and they followed the trail to the historical points. Orion stopped in front of the faded platforms and read the notes aloud before they continued along the vague trails. Ajax slipped his fingers between Orion's, squeezing his hand as they walked. Booger strolled in front of them, scenting the ground as he walked. Second date. This is our second date. Is it now? Orion flicked his eyes up at Ajax as a smile spread on his face. Yeah. If it's our second date, then we have to talk and get to know each other more. Where's your list of questions? I don't know. Orion clucked his tongue. I guess we're going to have to wing it. Who named the dog? Oh, Chris did. By the time I tried to change it, he answered to it. Why did he name him Booger? Ajax shrugged. He liked to do dumb shit, and he thought the name would be funny. No one liked it, but he did it anyway. Did Boogie travel with you guys? Ajax nodded. Yeah, until Chris died. When Chris died, you gave the dog to Ricky? Basically, yeah. What is basically? Well, when Chris died, I kind of went wild, I guess. I mean, I crashed at Ricky's, but then I took a bunch of dangerous jobs and did a bunch of dumbass shit. I didn't have time to worry about a dog. So you abandoned the dog at Ricky's? Ajax didn't reply. Did you get your scars from the jobs? Some. I told you, and I wasn't lying when I said I got a lot of them because of Chris. I know it's late for this, but I don't think your relationship with Chris was appropriate. You said he used to let you take his beatings, and you mentioned how young you were when you guys had your first kiss. I don't know, for someone you loved, you rarely mention him. What's there to mention? He's dead. Jay. Did he actually abuse you? I mean, apart from you taking his beatings, did he hit you? Outside of sexual instances, no. Did he make you do things you didn't want to do? Hard to say. The whole assassin thing is something I didn't want to do. It's my fault for being soft. If I had been harder, he wouldn't have had to push me to do things. It isn't hard to say. It sounds like he made you do things you didn't want to do. You said something about Brody being at my father's club. I remember Chris pulling you away. What happened? Ajax squeezed his hand. Brody took a fucked up job, couldn't complete it, and Chris and I finished it up for him. Chris was mad, so he taught Brody a lesson. What kind of lesson does an assassin teach? A painful one. Did you see it happen? We should head back to the car now. Ajax whistled for Booger. You did. What happened, Jay? Drop it, Ajax muttered, turning back for the car. The dog paused at a tree, stretching his legs before rushing to Ajax's side. You told me your very first scar was because of something Chris did, and now you're telling me he beat Brody up in front of you. I'm going to ask you again. Did he ever hurt you? I'm not weak. I didn't say you were weak, Jay. I asked if he hurt you. Orion stopped walking. Jay. What? He stopped walking as well, turning his head to the side and spying Orion over his meaty shoulder. His dark eyes blazed. Do you think I'm weak? You're not weak. I've suffered abuse. If you think suffering abuse makes someone weak, then I must be the weakest person on the planet, right? Do you think I'm weak? You're not weak. Orion stared at him. I know I'm not, and you're not either. And it's a good thing Chris isn't around, because I'd take him myself. He caught up with Ajax, jogging past him to the vehicle. Booger accelerated to a lazy run, and Orion opened the side door for the dog. Orion fumed. Ajax joined him in the vehicle 5 minutes later and buckled himself in. He gripped the steering wheel, twisting it in his strong hands. We got in fights sometimes. They involved fists. What else? He usually won. And? The adrenaline would get him excited. And that's it. Ajax turned the key in the ignition and merged back onto the highway, driving back to the town and retrieving directions from his cell phone. He glimpsed the directions at a 4-way stop before tucking his phone away and following the memorized route to Marlene's house. The house occupied the back space of a square plot of land, nestled among aromatic evergreen trees and a blooming garden. With a concrete stairway and a long porch, the house replicated Ricky's private cabin from the outside. Ajax parked the hatchback between a mud-caked all-terrain vehicle and an old sports utility vehicle. A skinny, frowning teenager greeted them at the door. She raked her fingers through shoulder-length brown hair and fixed bored hazel eyes on them. My mom says you knew my dad. She stood unflinching at the top of the stairs, greeting Ajax with a cold expression. Yeah, he rumbled, peering down at her. What about it? She says he died in a fire at the shelter. You know about the shelter? Ajax blocked the stairway. Yeah. I overheard them talking about it before they left. I want the truth, or you two are leaving my family's house. I'll tell them you canceled. All right. Ajax quirked a dark eyebrow and looked back at Orion, who lifted his shoulders and looked at the girl. Well, we don't know the complete truth. We know he died before they served dinner for the night. From everyone we've talked to, he died saving lives. Of course he did, she snarked. You got a name, kid? Ajax squinted one eye. The girl twitched. I'm about as much of a kid as your friend here. She tipped her head to Orion and then looked back at Ajax, squaring her head on her shoulders. Aha. Name? Hitman. Yours, jackass? Don't let your mama catch you cursing. Ajax smirked. Hitman folded her arms across her chest. Aha. Name? Orion stared at the sky and rubbed his forehead. I'm Orion. He's Ajax. The dog is Booger. I wasn't aware there was a second version of Jay in the world, but I guess I found her. Hitman smirked. Guess you did. Who owns the ATV? Ajax hiked his thumb to the muddy vehicle. It's mine. She fluttered her eyelashes. If you ask nicely, I'll let you take it for a spin after dinner. Your daddy buy it for you? Why? Jealous he never bought one for you? Never asked for one. Dinner smells good. What are we having? Orion raised his eyebrows, squeezing Ajax's bulky arm. Hitman poked her tongue out at Ajax. Enchilada casserole. It was my daddy's favorite. She leaned against the porch railing as the two men entered the house. She closed and locked the door behind Booger. Oh, there y'all are. I was getting worried. Marlene dried her hands on her apron and poked her head out of the kitchen. Valeria waved from the kitchen table. Now we only have 4 chairs, so I was thinking you two skinny minis can share. Marlene pointed one finger to Hitman and another to Orion. Okay. If it's okay with Hitman? The girl shrugged and sat down across from her sister at the table. Orion joined her, stealing a small sliver of space on the edge. You remind me of my youngest sister, except more edgy. Orion placed his cell phone on the table. No cell phones at the table, Hitman snapped. Dad's rule. Eating is for communicating with the company you're with. We also can't watch television while we eat either. Oh. Oops. Orion's cheeks burned, and he slipped his cell phone between his legs. Marlene chuckled. It's all right. If you need your phone out, you can have it out. The rule mostly applied to the girls. The woman laid a cushioned pad on the table and dropped a heavy cheese-topped dish on top of it. She placed a large spoon beside the dish and 5 plates beside the spoon. It's hot, so be careful. She placed 5 fork and knife pairings on the table and then sat down. Ajax lingered at the kitchen entrance, squinting as everyone passed plates around and Marlene sliced into the casserole. Orion offered his plate after the 2 girls had been served. How much do you want, honey? She scooped a glob of casserole on Orion's white plate. A little more because it smells so good. Hitman sliced into her serving and glared at Ajax. Are you going to sit, or can your boyfriend take your spot? Marlene added a second serving on Orion's plate and handed it to him. Thank you, Orion murmured. He turned his attention to Ajax, who had crossed his arms across his chest and scowled deeper at Hitman's comment. Orion tapped his fork against his plate and chewed the inside of his cheek before grabbing Ajax's empty plate and passing it to the older woman. Give him 2 servings, Orion instructed. Ajax shuddered and circled the table before resting his hand on the back of the empty chair. Thanks. Orion passed the plate back around the table, setting it in front of the empty chair, and then turned to the women. I see why it was Ricky's favorite. It's very good. He smiled. The women accepted Orion's cue and began eating. It's good but fattening, Valeria moaned, and I'm trying to lose weight. Orion sliced through a thick layer of cheese and stabbed it with his fork. Why? You're gorgeous. No, I'm fat. Orion studied her for a moment, looking her over. Honey, you're not fat. You're average with hips and thighs. Besides, even if you were fat, fat and gorgeous aren't mutually exclusive terms. You can be fat and also gorgeous. She knows she's pretty. She's had like 3 boyfriends this year so far. Jimena rolled her eyes. Marlene ate in silence, flicking her hazel eyes between the 4 younger people. 3? Orion raised his eyebrows, then looked at Jimena. How many have you had? A big fat 0 and proud of it. She puffed out her chest. She made the captain of the football team cry when he asked her out. Valeria curved her lips downward, suppressing a smile. Did you kick him in the nuts? Orion blinked. I should've. It's not my fault he asked me out in the middle of a pep rally. He was hoping I'd be pressured into saying yes. Jimena picked at her food and gave a sickening smirk at Orion. Clearly he thought wrong. Clearly. You're vicious. I love it. Ajax sank down in the empty seat, resting his elbows on the table as he focused on the plate in front of him. He didn't add to the conversation. Orion split his attention between the casual conversation about high school dating and Ajax. He engaged both of the girls in the light-hearted conversation, confessing some of his own youthful conquests as he reached across the table and brushed his fingers against Ajax's knuckles. Dessert followed dinner, and the older woman whisked the leftover casserole back into the kitchen, replacing it with a round tin plate of sweet potato pie, another of Ricky's favorite foods. Ajax, Orion, and Jimena accepted hefty slices of pie. Valeria frowned and cut herself a small slice. What is it? Orion tilted his head, licking his dinner fork clean. She's always making desserts, even when I'm trying to diet. Orion bit his bottom lip and traded his thick slab for a tiny slice. I'll skip the diet questions, but really this isn't good for anyone, you're right. It's full of sugar. And? Jimena sliced into her pie. And it's not good for your teeth, your heart, or your arteries. Just because you're not overweight doesn't mean your insides are healthy. He pointed his fork at Jimena. Think on it. She poked her tongue out again and continued eating, looking from Orion to Ajax. Do you still want to ride the ATV after dinner? Hopefulness touched her calloused features. Marlene clucked her tongue. He's got things to do besides ride a 4-wheeler. Yeah. Yeah, I want to take it for a ride. Jimena flashed a brief smile. Okay. Y'all are riding the ATV after this. Valeria looked up from her half-eaten pie. I'm not. Orion wrinkled his nose. He wants to ride it. I will be watching from the porch. Oh. Valeria looked at Ajax. Can I ride with you? She looked at her mother. Can I ride with him? If he says you can, yes. But y'all have to stay on the property. Can I ride with you? Ajax looked at Orion. You sure you don't want to ride? Not tonight. Your loss. Yeah, you can ride with me. But I'm going first since it's mine. Jimena finished the last bite of her pie, licking her fork clean. She dropped her plate in the sink and then looked at Ajax. Let's go. Ajax rumbled. Still eating. He pointed to his half-eaten pie. Eat faster. Mina, leave him alone. He'll be finished when he's finished. Mom. The girl groaned. Well, I'm going outside to wait. Me too. Valeria finished her food and deposited her plate into the sink as well. Ajax ate slower and Marlene chuckled. So you came by the store last week? Valeria said the Hammond's boy Benny gave you a toy hammer? Ajax nodded. I'm still confused. I never pegged you for a kid person, and somehow kids like you. Orion smirked. The girls sure do. They haven't been this excited about anything in 2 weeks. And Valeria hates the thing. The all-terrain vehicle revved to life outside. Ajax shrugged. Probably excited someone will play with them is all. He finished his pie. Thanks again for dinner. Ajax followed the girl's lead and placed his empty plate in the sink before moving outside, leaving Marlene and Orion in the kitchen. I never thanked y'all for coming all this way to bring us the news, so thanks. Marlene looked at Orion. Did you already have the funeral? We did, yes. We had one for Ricky and Kai at the same time. There were no bodies, so we spread flower seeds instead. Oh. She nodded. I saved a few programs for you, in case you would want one. They're in the car. I didn't try to exclude you from the ceremony, but with the nature of what happened. I understand, she cut him off. Your job is dangerous. Marlene rubbed Orion's forearm. Yes. Tell me how you got into this life. Ah. It's complicated. His cheeks burned. Ajax saved my life and then trained me. I see. You know, the first thing Ricky taught the girls was how to shoot guns. He's always taken them hiking and camping, teaching them to live as simply as possible in case they ever needed the skill. Sounds like Ricky. Valeria never took much interest in it all, but Jimena likes it. She's smart as a whip and won't back down from anything. I've noticed. Orion chuckled. I'm afraid as soon as she can do what she wants, she's going to go down and become one of y'all. Ah. She might, yes. I don't want her to. I don't want her to hide and have fake names and fake families. I don't want her to be afraid for us, you know? I know. Listen. I know this is a lot to ask of you, but can you maybe tell her becoming an assassin isn't a good idea? I think Ajax is better at warning people, but I could try if you want me to. Marlene wrung her fingers together. I don't want her to die or miss out on life because she's chasing a thrill. Orion glanced around the kitchen and nodded. I'll see what I can do. I can't promise anything because, it's her life, you know. Telling her not to do what Ricky did applies shame to his work, and there's no shame in working to provide for your family. I agree, but I'm her mother. I don't want to think of my baby girl getting shot at and attacked. I get it. I'll see what I can do. Orion stood, taking his plate to the sink and returning to Marlene's side. Thank you for being understanding and welcoming. Aw. You don't have to thank me. You two are always welcome here, okay? You stop in whenever you're up this way. My door is always open. She gave him an honest smile. Thank you. It means a lot. And we'll do our part to keep you safe, like Ricky did. I'll give you my number before we leave tonight. If anything weird happens around here, you let me know, okay? Marlene nodded. Of course. Lord, you're a sweet thing. Ajax is lucky to have you. Orion smirked. Oh, he is. Come on, let's go watch these kids outside. You go on ahead, I'll be out after I clean up in here. Marlene patted Orion's hand. Okay. He slipped out of the kitchen and jogged outside, letting Booger out with him, and sat down on the porch, crossing one leg over the other, and propping his elbow on his knee as he watched the trio. The girls had returned from their ride, and they were playing rock, paper, scissors for the next. Ajax had already sat down in the driver's seat, and adjusted it for his height. The girls giggled around him. Jimena won the game, and jumped into the vehicle again, buckling herself in. Valeria posted herself at the edge of the stairs, watching them set off in the softening evening light. Ajax drove around the property, whipping the steering wheel back and forth. He kicked up mud and dust as he drove, and Jimena's laughter rang out over the vehicle's rumbling motor. She urged him faster and squealed when he obliged. Orion smiled, tears forming at the corners of his eyes as he watched them. Ajax returned after 15 minutes and parked the vehicle in front of the house. All right. Out. It's your sister's turn now. Jimena bounced in her seat. Nope. My toy. I want another ride first. Ajax rumbled. No. It's your sister's turn or there will be no more rides for the night. Jimena opened her mouth for a protest, but paused when she looked into Ajax's face. Fine. She unbuckled herself and stepped out of the vehicle, trading places with Valeria. Ajax watched the girl buckle herself in. Faster or fastest? Faster. Valeria laughed. Done. And he reversed the vehicle and sped away. Orion looked at Jimena. Hey Saucy, can I talk to you for a minute? Me? Jimena blinked and strolled up the stairs. I guess. Sorry for saying you were a kid. It's fine. Orion smiled. Sit. He motioned to the seat next to him. The girl reluctantly obeyed. If this is about how I'm mean, I don't want to hear it. Guys are mean all the time, and it's okay for them to be mean. People call it assertive and commanding, but when a woman is mean, she's bitchy and sassy. Orion chuckled. I agree. It's the same in my case. Anyway, I'm going to be straight with you. Your mom is afraid you're going to run off and try to be one of us. Jimena prepared the second part of her speech on her lips, then fluttered her eyelashes. Oh, I mean, I considered it. Valeria is the smart one. School's not for me. I like guns and hacking and adrenaline. Okay, well, it's not all guns and hacking and adrenaline. If you run off and decide to be an assassin, you're joining a bunch of people who've been around the block already. Maybe you're big and bad here, and maybe Ajax doesn't scare you, but there are men out there who definitely aren't rough around the edges with a good heart. Okay, then I'll avoid them. Orion shook his head. You can't. You have to be prepared to kill anyone, even the person you think is on your side. You have to be prepared to never speak to your family again. Could you do those things? I could, Jimena said, defiance coloring her tone. Orion chewed his bottom lip. Okay. Fine. Maybe you could. Let's make a deal. If you think you'd be a good assassin, then I'll train you. So I'm coming with you? No. You have to finish school first. And you have a lot to learn before you're really ready to leave here. Jimena nodded. Okay, but you promise you're going to train me? She glared. Yes. I promise, but you have to promise to commit. I have stuff going on, and I don't have time for someone who's going to waste my time. I won't, I promise. Good. And this is a secret between you and me. If anyone else finds out, then you automatically fail the training. This is lesson 1. Learn how to keep a secret. Jimena nodded. Okay. Good, Orion whispered, turning back to Ajax and Valeria on the four-wheeler. Jimena hesitated, before standing and wandering down the stairs again. Her mood recovered when Valeria and Ajax returned from their ride, and the girls switched off again. The evening continued with the girls taking turns, and Ajax giving ride after ride on the all-terrain vehicle. Orion returned to the kitchen, conversing with Marlene, and sharing a glass of wine with the woman as night overtook them, and Ajax tired of driving the vehicle. Orion hugged everyone goodbye, Booger gave kisses, and Ajax grumbled parting words. Marlene forced the leftover enchilada casserole into Orion's hands with hastily made biscuits for Booger. The teenagers tricked Ajax into a Thanksgiving visit, and with a scowl, Ajax buckled himself in the hatchback. Orion sat on the passenger side with their spoils warming his lap. He fell asleep on the drive back to Ricky's private cabin.